I need hot water, yeah.
I'm so
Yeah.
sorry.
Okay, I just leave this here.
Do you do housekeeping? Yeah, but you want to start? Yeah.
Doing this. Forget it. I'm just going to go from here. Salam and a very good morning to all of you. We're here. Got the Ethiopian crowd up and running. We're here this morning to start day 2 of the global SDG7 South-South Summit. I think we can all agree that it was an engaging set of discussions that we had yesterday, and we look forward to breaking into the different panels today and going a bit deeper into agriculture, animal husbandry, allied value chains, as well as health and how sustainable energy can play a role within each of these sectors.
So before we start, just a few housekeeping announcements again. We request everybody to please keep their phones on silent. And should you need any help, please feel free to reach out to any one of us for the same.
I think one announcement that has been pending for more than a day is that our colleague John here lost his wallet now already 2 days ago. But in case anyone has seen it, please do share information with any of the ushers or anyone with the red badge. Yes. We'd now like to welcome Mr. Jeffrey Prince, Head of Renewable Energy at IKEA Foundation, to please come on stage and share his welcome remarks with the audience.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, a few apologies for my voice. I have a bit of a cold. I wanted to blame the air conditioning, but that was 3 days ago. And the other is that that doesn't look very much like me. But at the last Failures Conference, I was addressed as Shri Jeff G, so that's changed a lot as well. I don't know if that's a demotion or if I should be glad about that. But first, let me open this session or this day with some remarks, some reflections on the day from yesterday. And then let me finalize with some points to make while we go into this new day. And it's the last day, and I know you have field visits later. So yesterday we opened with Harish, sir. He talked about changing the mindset of going from project to project, going into a systems approach, going beyond lighting into productive use, thinking about the centralized, decentralized issues of how decentralized renewable energy really helps to optimize and democratize. Really think about learning versus implementation and really keep in mind who we're doing this work for. So Ajay continued to say, listen, solar is the game changer in terms of economics and technology. There's no way about it. It's cheaper, it works perfectly, but we're too supply focused. So we need to really look at the demand pull more. And there are some policy changes that need to be made as well. Gauri, Miss Gauri Ji from IRENA. See, I'm good at the G's. Gauri Ji from IRENA. She said she told us about how IRENA was changing from analytics to more to implementation. That too often we're seeing white elephants in the field, and that has to change. And then we had a panel on the importance of local entrepreneurship, which Stephanie helped kick off with a panel emphasizing the role of local entrepreneurs at being very cost effective and very impactful. And some different players focused on their different roles, either from the investment side or the renewable energy agency side. So I'm going to go through this really quickly, sorry, but hopefully I'm capturing everything. I think, so I skipped out after that at 2 o'clock, but I heard that the following panel on innovation and productive use was really important, was really good, that there's a lack of risk capital going into these new innovations, and that should increase, but also the role of quality and service, operations and maintenance was also key. And then the day ended with asset-based financing. So I think that's a key building block as we go forward in building the ecosystem that works for the end user. That finance is a very, very important key, but that it's often, they're public assets, so it needs long-term, low-interest finance, and that's just not coming into the sector enough. I think that pretty much sums up the day. I'm looking at Huda, she's shaking her head, yes. So I would like to start the day with a few remarks, which focuses on basically 3 words. One is inspire, the second word is champion, and the third is luck. So when you look at the day yesterday and the day as we continue today, I think it's important to really realize that systems change for the end user. It definitely is inspiring to be here. So I've had a tour through some of the productive use renewable energy technologies, some of the innovations, and it's really inspiring. So I guess the challenge to you, this being a South-South exchange, is to take that inspiration, borrow or steal from it, and take it back to your home country. So some might be thinking, oh, that's only possible in India, or we can't exactly do it like this, or we'll just copy paste, but really get inspired and to see what you can do yourself to create that systems change that works for the end user. Use this platform, use this South-South exchange to really customize, learn from the principles and processes behind all this work, and to take it back to your own country. So my dream is that from this South-South exchange, we'll have the SELCOs of tomorrow, so to speak. We'll have the implementers of tomorrow, because there are just too few organizations that are very locally embedded, are extremely mission-focused, and are producing results. So we really need those SELCOs for tomorrow. The second point, so use that inspiration, adapt it to your own context. The second point is we need champions. So I see you all here in the room as champions to really fight hard for those that need it the most, with innovation, with asset finance, with policy changes. Those that need it the most, they need champions like us. And we can't settle for less, because lives are at stake. So there's an urgency behind what we do, and I'm appealing to you all as to be the new champions working on these system changes that are so needed. And of course, systems changes, it's a difficult thing to unpack. Sometimes I borrow Harish's words about the biggest subsidy that Google ever got was the internet being built. But I also use some of my own analogies to unpack what is an ecosystem being. If there's a desert and we're trying to build a forest there, we could do it, but as soon as we leave and all the resources that we put into that, the forest will probably die. Or another analogy I use with systems change is maybe if we want to promote getting from A to B, we might focus on the car or the electric vehicle, but if we fail to look at how the driver is, if he's tired or she is tired or not skilled, if the gas tank or the battery is empty, if the road isn't good or is short, these are all system factors that will help you get from A to B, and it's not just one thing, it's a collective set of building blocks that get us there. So I think we need champions that understand who we're doing it for and what kind of systems change needs to take place. But I think we also need to unpack it with good examples. So I guess in terms of dream, with the South-South collaboration, any good community of practice that comes together basically needs 4 or 5 things. One is a safe place to meet. I think that's here. The second is data on like why is systems change more effective? How does it work out in real cost effectiveness, things like that. The human interest story, what does it mean for the end user? There also has to be reflection on yourself, on us as a group. And finally, it has to be a group that implements change. So those are the basic 5 things that I hope comes out of this South-South exchange as we build a community to go forward. And many voices went up that they wanted to do this in Africa next year or in the years coming, possibly. So I think that's very wonderful perspective. Then finally, a lot of this depends on luck. So my own personal stories, I met the folks at SELCO by a chance meeting in 2009. And look, because of that lucky break of meeting the right person at SELCO, it was Sarah Alexander. At that time, she's now moved on to S&V, so she's my champion there as well. That luck, that chance meeting has been so important. Understanding that there are people that think beyond their limited role as this is my job or I belong to this organization or for whatever reason they can't think above and beyond their role. I think the challenge is to push those boundaries and have a bit of luck. So I encourage you in the breaks to have those conversations, listen to what what the other person is doing, and hopefully get inspired by their work, find a new champion, and have that lucky break that you're having when you're drinking coffee, that will be a relationship that starts from now and will culminate in a 2-year or 10-year relationship that says, hey, remember when we met at this South-South meeting. So I'd like to end there, and I think we go into the panel.
Thank you, Shri Jeffrey ji, for your inspiring words. We'll move on to the first session for the day, which is enabling country-level policies for the promotion of solar PUE and health. And to deliberate on the same, I would like to invite upon stage Mr. Harish Hande as the moderator in conversation with Madam Winnie, who is the Executive Director of the Tanzania Association of Microfinance Institutions, Mr. Henok Asifa, Founder and Managing Partner of Precise in Ethiopia, Mr. Paul Yulia, Technical Advisor at TEN, and Mr. Jeffrey Prince, as we have, the Head of Renewable Energy at IKEA Foundation. Over to you, sir.
Thanks, Jeff, for this. Very good summary of yesterday. Plus, what needs to happen to take it forward. And as usual, you were crisp and to the point of what is needed. Just before I forget, Abel, I wanted to tell you that because you're such a fan of the Three Idiots movie, this is where it was shot. This room. So you can take photograph of it when you go back in this campus. And this was the room where some of the main things were shot. So just before Ikram and Abel forget to. The question today was, as Winnie ma'am has not slept the whole night preparing for this panel, where she wanted this to be the best panel of the 2 days, and we make sure that we'll make it happen. So the first I wanted to ask all of you is to just give a very 2-minute perspective about, because it's a policy man, policy is very critical. Everybody says if the policies are not right, implementation cannot happen. If policies are not right, the pricing strategies cannot happen. If the policy is not right, appropriate financial products cannot happen. But policies are two-way. Like you have good policies, you have bad policies until somebody listens to the ground-up strategy to make a good policy, and vice versa. Once you do a good policy, how does it flow down? Sometimes you can have great surveys that happen at the ground level to make a great policy. But if the policy is not translated back in an implementation form, then it actually does not happen. Let me start with very quickly, how does policy making actually happen in your countries? So it gives a perspective to the audience. So before I get into the question, so can we start with Hanok? Yeah.
I thought it was going to start in a row. Yeah. Thank you. My voice is a bit coarse. It's not as sexy as Jeff's, but it's early in the morning. Thank you, Harish. So I'll be brief. Our history of policy making, specifically in Ethiopia, has been somewhat top-down, or I don't know why I'm being very diplomatic today. I wasn't yesterday, but it was very much, it's basically top-down. I served in the Ethiopian Chamber of Commerce and on the board of the Addis Chamber of Commerce at some point in an attempt to see if we could influence some of these policies. Unfortunately, the way policy worked in Ethiopia, we had a developmental state approach to economic policy, and that generally meant the state or politicians coming together and drafting a policy and a strategy that they saw taking Ethiopia from where it was to where they wanted us to be. And then the policy structure, the processes were all spelled out in government documents, and therefore there was essentially checkoffs happening. So policy would come to us at the Chamber of Commerce and they would say, please send us, it would be a Monday, they would say, please send us the comments by Wednesday, it's gonna go into Parliament. And then it will go into Parliament and as if we didn't give them any comments. So that's the history for quite a while. It's not to be despairing too much, things are changing now. So there is a genuine attempt to change that. The real issue we have now is we don't have history and experience of how to do it this way. There is no built-up experience from civil society or well, civil society is a little bit better. The private sector almost doesn't exist. It wasn't made to exist. So entrepreneurs don't have as much of a voice. Civil society is a bit stronger, but they also had their tough history. So it's tough to learn how to advocate, and then it's also very hard for the state actors, ministries and agencies, no matter how well-intentioned they are, there is no experience of that. So there is a huge gap in capacity, learning how to work together, learning how to advocate and see the bigger picture, all the balancing that needs to happen between state policy, entrepreneurship, the community, and the public at large. So there is the big trust gap, but the bigger gap is probably the capacity within the state and the capacity within the non-state actors.
Paul.
Well, thank you very much, Harish. Very thought-provoking question. I would say it's a difficult question because there is no, in my experience in Sierra Leone, there is no one straightforward definition of how policy happens, because in some cases it's an afterthought. So there is an issue, and then they say, oh, we don't have regulation, or we don't even have a plan on how to do it. Let's converge and organize ourselves to do it. There is that aspect. But also, there is another aspect when a head of government comes in, like a minister with big ambitions, and he has been studying the situation for several years, and he has an opportunity to make an impact. And we have this type of leaders now. And then they look at the entire landscape and say, this and this and this are missing. Let's do something to prepare ourselves. So that's still an afterthought, but it's visionary. So that has also happened. And then I have also had experience coming from the water sector, and many people are surprised when I tell them that I really come from the water sector, where careful planning is done to address existing issues, but a process different from what my friend here described is undertaken. So you have the real steps of consultation. For example, for the water policy in Sierra Leone, there was a real process of consultation, civil society involvement, expert consultations, and so on, to have a framework established. So we have all this mixture, yeah, in our country. But what is important for this discussion also is to say that we should not ignore the relevance of policy for what we do. Because when we talk about those 5 key elements in the energy, energy ecosystem, policy and regulation is the only one which actually enables the others. So it is important. So we can have all these good ideas here, and the South-South cooperation and exchange learnings, but if we ignore the relevance of the policy processes and the existing policies and how these support our activities, we might end up dreaming and not really moving any step further. So, but to answer your question, in Sierra Leone, it's a mixture of processes, and it depends also on who is leading and the existing circumstances. We've had cases where policy was also driven by external actors. So for example, our renewable energy policy and the benefits now the private sector has from importation and quality standards was actually driven by the UK government just 8 years ago in 2016, or 6 years ago actually.
So that's what I want to, just continuing on that, Paul, please have, I wanted to push you back because for people, I mean, Sierra Leone has 60% of its GDP, unfortunately, depends on donor money. And the very fact that you used the word consultative process is contradicting to what happens in the last statement that you mentioned, right? I mean, it's high time, because where is the policy for the rural people in Gambia or elsewhere, right? When it's so much donor-driven policies, is that a hindrance?
It is a big hindrance, but again, it goes back to what I said. There's a mixture of things at play. So for renewable energy, it was driven by the UK government with the Trade and Energy Compact. Is it a bad thing? Is it a good thing? It can be argued. To the point where it was not a consultative process involving civil society, involving pressure groups. Actually, the pressure group for renewable energy was created by the Compact. So it was actually paid for by UK money. Right. Reacel, I have here our deputy president of Reacel. That entity was created through that arrangement. So it was not a consultative process, but it gave birth to a pressure group that managed now to get concessions or good policy for the importation of renewable energy products. But I think what is important is to put all of this into context. Well, we started on the wrong foot in one area, but can we now, moving forward, use the good examples, for example, the example we had for the water policy, and involve key stakeholders, involve the grassroots people from the villages, and get it done properly. I think there's still an opportunity to do that.
Sure. Thanks, Bounce. And hopefully, when I come to the health part, and you have the health delegation from Sierra Leone, and then when we finish the health visits here, hopefully we'll also come up and say, how do we get better policies, and use Sierra Leone as an example for other West African countries, and hopefully that's one of the outputs that we want from the South-South. Coming back, how does it happen in Tanzania?
Thank you, Harish. It's not different from what Paul has just described. We have a mixture of how policies are, formulated and implemented. For instance, I come from the financing part, so I know very well how the national microfinance policy was developed. It was very consultative, participatory, stakeholders held, various meetings, and we came up with a policy. But apparently this was a review of a policy which was established way back in 2000. And the one in 2000, I'm told, I was not there, I was told it was also a pressure from outside. When this, it was from the Norwegian government, where they saw the gap in microfinance, there was no representation. But unfortunately, that policy by then, when it was developed, there was no continuation. There was no implementation strategy. It didn't continue with the acts and regulations as, how policies are developed. So it was just a document on the shelf until 2017, 2013, when we as an association started pushing for a review of that 2000 policy. That's when I said it was participatory. We got on until we got a national microfinance policy in 2017. The other side, with the national energy policy, what I hear is that the government has sort of put a consultant who is doing the policy, and then it trickles down. So in that aspect, I'm saying it's a mixture. And sometimes you find that instead of starting with the policy, sometimes pressure comes and it starts with an act, and then they go back and feel like, oh, we don't have a strategy, we don't have regulations, and then they go back and do it. But there is no uniformity. That's what I can say.
Okay, thanks. When I'll come back to you, especially with the microfinance and so, Jeff. I mean, if you grow a little more of your bird, we'll call you Shri Shri. We'll have 2 Shris before your name in India. So as they grow more, you'll become the Shri Shri Jeff Baba,
like the
right?
music last
Yeah,
week.
so, and you can become a saintly guy, right? No, for many of you don't know, Jeff was a politician before in Holland, right? And so giving that perspective, so you've been speaking to us, and we have had a lot of discussion how the water policies were done, right? So if you can just give a flavor of that, and what can we learn from how that consultation happened up and down, not cutting if it's Holland is a developed country or not developed, but those are things that we could take it, yeah.
Yeah, so policy making is always complex. It's always a mixture of different things. And so the Netherlands is known very much for, they would call it the polder culture. So the Netherlands, most of the country is low-lying, and despite differences in creed and ideology, at least maybe it's more of a myth than anything, but everyone had to band together to fight water. So there was an institution created already in the medieval times, say 1200s, called the Water Authority, which created a collective mission to fight water quantity, but also preserve water quality. And that started in the 1200s, mid-1200s. And it's a democratic body based on different interests, from the farmers, from those city inhabitants, from politics. So it's one of the few institutes that was established a long time ago, and it still exists today. So it's an authority that has its own tax authority. So I live in Amsterdam, we have to pay tax for water quantity and water quality. And so despite ideological differences, because until the 60s, say, the Netherlands was very segmented population, had a segmented population. There was Catholics, liberals, communists, Protestants, but they all banded together at the elite level to make compromises. And so that polder culture of preserving, like protecting, working together to protect against water, also filtered up at the higher level in politics, and that changed in the 60s with the emancipation of people from these segmented silos. So there's a writer that just wrote about this, actually. His name is Roman Kozanarek. He wrote a wonderful book also on empathy, but his latest book is on how can we plan the next 100 or 150 years or 200 years. And he actually cites this water authority as a very good example of really forward-thinking institutionalization, very pragmatic implementation focused on something that concerned everyone, which was water quantity or being too low and water quality. So there's still these fights that take place because the farmers don't want the land too dry. They want it a little bit wet. Depending on if they're dairy farmers, they want it a little bit wetter. So there's quite a management structure, and it's become so institutionalized that no one really even thinks about it.
Thanks, Jeff, for that, bringing that perspective. So can I? It's So now, no, yourself, Jeff. So Vinny, see now let me get back to the topic of solar PUE and health. And you represent the microfinance sector in Tanzania. Little bit when we met I think one of the advisors to the minister in Rwanda, Ms. Peace, she couldn't come here. She basically said that one of the most critical factors that why we are not able to push solar livelihoods was the high interest rates of money that we get from the donors, whether it is the World Bank or anybody else. Then we have to give it to the institutions, they add their cost, and by the time that it reaches the people, it becomes 20+% and 20 months. I mean, none of us, it's like equivalent to buying a house on a credit card. And we are telling the poor to actually buy productive use appliances, or which is assets for the poor. And in India, what happened many years ago, that the government forced the rural banks to have 40% of its financial portfolio for priority sector lending, so that the poor could actually own assets. That is the quote unquote subsidy that we all bank on today. That happened in the 70s, that we are saying that needs to happen. And unfortunately, as I see in Africa, it's all the microfinance is going towards consumptive, right? Because the short-term interest rate. Somewhere there has to be somebody needs to brutally take a step saying that we need institutions that will do asset-based financing, and that's the only way productive uses can happen. It's not going to go delta. A large-scale policy, can Tanzania take that leadership? Can Rwanda take that leadership? Like Uganda take the leadership to make it happen? Otherwise, our people in these countries will never come up. And in many of the African. How can that large-scale policy change to get better, cheaper financing to happen?
We've gone through this again and again, right. Harish, I know. We've had this project where we were trying to build the capacity of microfinance institutions so that they embrace or they adopt, products and services related to renewable energy. We've done it very well. There is awareness. Microfinance institutions are now, like ready. But scaling up will be an issue. And one of the things is we all know that the source of funding for microfinance institutions would either be from the local banks or it would be from outside, from the investors outside the country. And the price is not low. So when they get the funds, they have to, to calculate their operational costs. They need, and it's when they are serving a risky, target group. That's the thinking. And the other thing is that the microfinance institutions are not used to give out long-term financing. To them, mostly it's short loans, but with asset lending, that would not work. So it needs, I think it really needs a bold step. Where
by whom?
By stakeholders. I mean the microfinance institutions, associations, civil society, the government itself. It really needs those steps where availability of funds affordable, relatively. If they put a peg, for instance, I see in some countries they have a microfinance fund where the government puts in money, or development partners, or investors, they put in money. So microfinance institutions can source money from that funding, and obviously, because it is now on conditional basis, they would be given, like, let's say at 4%, and they would be told they cannot lend that out with more than 10%, single digit. And it has worked before on housing microfinance, where there was that source of money from the World Bank. And so the microfinance institutions, obviously, if you get that, that cheap source of funding, there's no way you're going to peg, the interest rate high. So those are the things which I think we really need to address. And for instance, when you look at the national energy policy, it's it talks about, constraints on harnessing, solar energy, and it talks about high initial costs and all those things. But the unfortunate part, it doesn't say how it will address those issues.
How do we use this to change that? Should we call them, or should we? How do you think we should have called them?
I think policy dialogues
Yes.
internally are most needed. We should start with policy dialogues within the country. Yeah.
Okay, Winnie, we see you as the next Prime Minister. now.
Sure.
To Hanok, I want to continue see, Hanok, for example, if you look at today's costs, and continuing to what she said, one, not only the interest rates, okay, in Ethiopia we see we looked at the cost comparison for every $1,000 of solar cost in India, right? It's 3,900, so it's 3.91 times more expensive. Customs duty, interest rates. On top of it, you put in the interest rates and the inflation, it's impossible, right? And as some of the donors have picked up Ethiopia as a prime country to take it forward, but the internal barriers I see are much, much huger. Where should the change happen? So we basically use Ethiopia as a model country for PUE, because ideal, 100 million can be that showcase for Africa per se.
As always, you reserve the tough question for me. I can pass the mic. You want to talk about Ethiopia? No, I mean, we just heard from Winnie on the expenses and difficulties in Tanzania. It tends to be a bit more difficult for us as well. I'm not pessimistic. I'm actually quite optimistic. We have colleagues here. I want to just recognize his guest here from the Ministry of Irrigation and Lowland Development. He used to be at the Ministry of Water and Energy as well. So we have emerging champions in Ethiopia within government that are willing to work with us. It all goes back, to me, it all goes back to what I said earlier. It's about planning and implementing together, not one actor by itself. The government cannot sit by itself and pretend it knows best for everyone else and try to solve all our problems. We have a single point of failure in a massive scale. So what happens is when government fails, almost everything fails. And we see that time and time again. So it goes back to that African proverb. If you want to go fast, go by yourself. If you want to go far, we go together. That's a big element of the solution that's going to come for Ethiopia. Specifically, when that developmental state model was designed, the idea was we want to achieve this, and part of the assessment is infrastructure was the biggest problem for Ethiopia in terms of leapfrogging into development. And there was this rush, and it comes from a good place. We have so many poor people. How do we change their lives? Well, we need dams, we need roads, we need bridges, railroads, and whatsoever. So the government basically sat down and said, look, how do we maximize financing towards that? So everything was channeled towards that. This is what East Asian economic planners would call financial repression. So you take most of the resources of the national economy and external financing, you all channel them through this well thought out, quote unquote, strategy, right? So there was very little going on. So when you look at the foreign currency problem, or my colleague Jonas was sitting here, he kept talking about foreign currency and he's talking about financing. Yes, private sector always complains about financing, but in his case, he's not kidding. It's for real. Most of the resources are actually channeled through either state enterprises or directly through the state. And that has robbed entrepreneurs the ability to innovate and the ability to scale up. The exchange rate policy was designed in such a way as to make infrastructure very cheap. So the Ethiopian currency is always overvalued. Right now, the black market, parallel market, could go up to 100% in premium. Extreme shortage. So these are the outgrowth of a policy that was designed by a few people who said, we know better. What we have now, again, is hope, because government doesn't want to continue like that. the government is saying, look, I hear you. You have a good project there, you have a good initiative here, we need to figure out how to work together. Development partners, the one thing we are very different from most of the continent, and maybe with the possible exception of Rwanda, and that's something I'm very proud of our government, is we push back. No development partner ever designs national government policies in Ethiopia. People push back. That's very good. I would recommend to all our colleagues to push back as well. The money is not worth it. A very bad policy by our government is much better than a very good policy from the outside. It's just, the equation doesn't work. It's just, not owned by us. We don't believe in it. We don't implement it well. In Ethiopia, you fight for 2-3 years. His guest would tell us, once we make an agreement with development partners, then actually implementation will be more owned all the way down. That's the good part. For us, the bad part has always been our ability to listen to each other, to come together. That water authority sounds fascinating because we don't have that. Historically, you might know a little bit about Ethiopia. When we come together is always when somebody attacks from outside. That's just it. I mean, if you look at Ethiopia has been building a dam on the Nile, controversial on its own. This has been pitting us against, it's basically geopolitics. Even Donald Trump was involved at some point and suggested the Egyptians should bomb the dam. When it comes to the point of the dam, nobody disagrees. Everybody comes together. People, individuals, average Ethiopians donated their salaries because they felt that this would springboard Ethiopia into development. So that experience we don't have, unfortunately, in the political space. What I think could happen in development partners, I mean, IKEA Foundation, I'm looking at Jeff here. What I would suggest is, what's missing now is that capacity to engage with each other. It's like we've forgotten how to talk to each other. It's like we've forgotten how to discuss, negotiate, and advocate behind the closed doors also. When we go out there and embarrass the government, you're doing this, and that openly, they're also human beings. And the tendency is, no matter what numbers and logic we use to convince them of a good policy, if it's not appealing emotionally also, that's very hard to go somewhere else. And so it requires strategies. It requires backdoor negotiations and conversations as much as the open and transparent conversations. We don't have that. We don't have that experience. On the state side also, most of these ministries have these huge ambitions. And when you go inside, you see 2 or 3 people running around. The capacity of the government is so thin. The regional government is even worse. And the Constitution gives the regional states so much power to implement, on implementation. They own all the land, all of these issues. So when it comes to issues like agriculture, these become massive, massive problems. So if you wanted a recommendation is, I think all the development partners, when we're designing projects and supporting in Ethiopia, I would say ensure there is broader consensus. Ensure that there is some capacity building elements for the state and the private sector. I know that's a catchword, it's very difficult to implement. But when we do, we learn. It's not research and studies that help us learn. It's when we do, we learn. So if we sit down with the Ministry of Water, we have, and Abel is actually spearheading this thing, he would tell you, we have working groups now. So there is these attempts from the private sector and civil society and a lot of the ministries. Coordination is absolutely essential, and we don't get to do enough of that. So I would say, let's not be in a rush to implement all the time, and let's talk to each other a bit more.
Thanks, Anna. Can I bring your colleague in, sir, who is the advisor to the minister? Do you think, after visiting here, you're positive, hopeful? Can we move beyond just irrigation, but lighting, and people only talk about how can we change? I mean, Ethiopia, for us, is a critical country to showcase to Africa in many ways, right? It has one of the best, next to Nigeria, the local capacity creation, right? In terms of manufacturing. And that is why we look at Ethiopia so positively. How do we make it the ideal nation to take it? And you are in the right position.
Sure. Actually, my background is energy. The sole reason I moved into the Ministry of Irrigation is because We've been implementing energy solutions across the board, and we're realizing that without actually productive use, without demand side shift in development thinking, it's really not sustainable. It's very difficult to scale. So when we were actually designing the DREAM project, which DREAM stands for Distributed Renewable Energy Agricultural Modalities, we realized that irrigation was like 90% of the energy load at cost-reflective tariffs, where the viability of mini grids went from 80 to 70% subsidy to 25 to 35% IRRs. It's really game changer. So from policy standpoint, I was just a single person as an advisor to the Minister of Water, Irrigation and Energy at that time, but now at the Ministry of Irrigation. A single person can not make a difference. So I think this is what Henok was talking about. How can we build institutional capacity building where a certain percentage of the resources that come for projects actually go to capacity building? Because we can pilot projects, but if we don't have the policies and regulatory framework around it, it's tough to make it bankable, right? Bankability is really critical for scale. There are lots of projects that are scalable that we're seeing, but the challenge is, bridging that gap. How do we make sure that we have the right policies, the right capacity within the institutional framework to take this to the next level? So I think the skies, we've looked at some really interesting solutions, innovative solutions here over the last couple of days, which is very promising. But again, I think that the thinking should be, okay, we can demonstrate pilot, but how do we make this a scalable, bankable project? And I think that's where the policy aspect comes in.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So now a little bit of shifting gears to health, Paul, and you have brought in the health delegation, and also to give a perspective, we have also colleagues from Somalia. Yes, sir. I'll come to you. I'll come to you. Just finish this health and I'll come to you, definitely. This is regarding the livelihoods side? Oh, I will come to the policy side. So, so you brought in the health delegation. You have gone from Somalia. Issue when we went to Somalia, for example, they had a solar system in one of the most critical labs in Mogadishu, as well as in the hospital, the main hospital. When the solar was working, their average bill was $200, and it's mostly. And now when solar stopped working, which is a classic asset not working, they had a 40 kilowatt, because obviously it was funded from outside and nobody was repairing it. Their bill per month went to $25,000. So basically $250,000 a year, that's nearly $1 million in 5 years. 5, 6, 7, 8 solar systems could have been done, right? Same thing if you see in Freetown, during the peak times, you get the whole diesel-powered ship that comes from Turkey to power Freetown, right? The amount of exchange that both the countries are losing in diesel, right? If the health policies were critical, every health center today, solar power makes enormous economic sense, right? If the policies change that every new building that would come up in health should be solar powered, designed in a daylighting in a good manner, high efficient equipment, and easy to do it. And some of you will be visiting a state which is half the population of Somalia, of Sierra Leone. So I think it's easily, and I think if you have a chance to also meet Sanjeev Jain Saab from Kerala, who's been critical in making one of the states of Chhattisgarh state completely solar powered, and he's from the energy department, who's been pushing the health department to do that. Why? But I'm telling you, and when you said 2030, remember, we can do the policies today. Now we have the advisor to the minister. I think by end of March, we should have a great policy from Sierra Leone that can showcase. Do you think it's possible?
Yes. it is possible, because he advises one of the ministers who is very forward-thinking and a great visionary, with all due respect to the other ministers in Sierra Leone. And he has a plan, and his plan fits very much into this type of thinking. The key thing we should also focus on, and which is a challenge for us in Sierra Leone, and this is where you started the discussion, where does development finance come from? Is it state-driven, or is it driven by foreign actors? The bulk, and he knows the statistics better than I do, of the bulk, the expenditure that goes into infrastructure in the health sector, and even programmatic activities, is driven by international partners. So, but again, you say, besides education, the health sector receives the greatest share of the national budget. But it's not enough to drive programmatic actions and infrastructure. So the money goes to recurrent costs. The irony, I should tell you, when you mention the diesel issue, is that our hospitals and some peripheral healthcare units, what you call here the primary healthcare facilities, are run by generators, and the diesel for those generators is actually donor money. So put all those calculations together, and someone needs to convince them that there is a better way to use that money. So it begs the question, where are we heading when we have good people in the Ministry of Health, great thinking, but constrained with resources? And those who have the resources, and this is why I'm happy Sri Jeffrey is here. By the way, I studied in Delft. When you spoke about the polders, it's like 22 years ago sitting in a classroom in Delft. So it's really, we need to know where the money comes from for development and what those with money are thinking, because they drive it. Maybe it was an error when I said of the 5 elements of the ecosystem, it's policy that drives the others. But honestly, we are beginning to see from this discussion that finance too can drive policy. So it's really holistic thinking. There's another thing you mentioned, Harish, and it reminds me again of our conversation 3 years ago, when you said, if everybody has to pay for the cost of the airport and the infrastructure, no one will travel, or only few people will be able to travel because the air ticket will be very expensive. So the question is, why can't we think the same way for decentralized renewable energy? Which parts of the cost of decentralized renewable energy can the government absorb, or can the population, the Sierra Leonean population in this case, absorb? It's not about subsidy, it's not a subsidy. Because when you do national grid, I mean, the country pays literally, whether it's a development finance, whether it's a loan, we pay for the infrastructure for transmission, for generation and transmission. It's the same thing for the Turkish boat, right? So why can't we think the same way for decentralized renewable energy? So I think it's a question of thinking of the polder system, who benefits from it. Maybe in this case it was driven by the farmers, but the nation benefits in totality. So, but when you look at our policies, Riasel advocated for a reduction in tax or tax exemption for at some percentage. Is it for the benefit of the end user, or is it for the benefit for the private sector? So this is why a combination of stakeholders are important for these discussions. So civil society representing the poor people, we want to take the facilities to the business community, government, the donor community. I think it's really important to have this type of discussion. So for going back to the question for the health, I think we're in very good hands with the Ministry of Health, and I hope it can happen also for other ministries. But what is really needed is to have that solid conversation, something similar like this, on the key actors, especially the international partners that are supporting or that are driving the bulk of finance within the health sector.
Thanks, Paul, for that. So, Jeff, it's positive and also very frustrating, right? In a sense, your second point, what you said about champions, we have the champions. DRE is economically viable, straight off, right? But don't you think, you've been in the sector for so long, somewhere this looks like a tape recorder in your head, that you've heard this so many times. At least previously used to say solar is expensive, how do we make it affordable, right? Now, but still, where something is stopping us, right? If you see, is it because we go from here and we forget, right? And then while you say that you're a funder, but you also, from taking the funders, you're getting projects in silos, right? Somewhere can we use this 2 days to at least break, saying that could we come out with a great policy for Sierra Leone in health, great policy for Ethiopia in livelihoods, and take that as an output of this South-South. But I don't know, are you as frustrated and optimistic?
Absolutely. So we've been hugely inspired by SELCO's work, looking at the system, whether it be policy, finance, innovation, entrepreneurship, and what does it mean for the end user. But if we apply it to our own funding and our own work, it's almost embarrassing to see most of our funding has gone to the high-level think tanks and policymakers, and not enough in implementation. So that's, even though we understand this philosophy of ecosystem building and who we're doing it for, we don't practice it. So that's just a simple takeaway. So preferably I would like to see us as a funder starting with implementation. Like, what are we learning in the ground with real results? And then linking that with the intermediaries or the policymakers. We don't do that. So that's the main goal for the coming year, to switch that kind of thinking. And so it is frustrating because we think we do good for the end user, but I think often we only do good for those living in capital cities, the professionals, high-paying professionals, and we're not reaching the end user. So that's my frustration. My hope is that we can change mindsets here, with especially, like community building you develop the data and analytics of why is a systems change important and why is it more cost effective? Because as a donor, we're often sort of linear, where we put money in and that's how many projects were realized, but we have to switch that. So that's the frustration, is we got to get out of that. How do we do it? I think becoming a bit frustrated and impatient will help. And we have to look at ourselves if we're pushing ourselves enough. So that's my answer to your question.
Thanks. So can I bring you in, sir? You had a point. Yeah.
Thank you for giving this chance. Just to supplement my friends, Enoch and Scared. Basically, I came from the Agriculture Transformation Institute of Ethiopia, a strategic institution working on policy and special project implementations. So for the last 10 years, I think we have studied and developed a number of policies and advising the government to change most of the barriers. We have also developed a number of policies, like in relation to this forum, I can pick the tax exemptions for all the solar equipment, solar technology, whenever they are imported to Ethiopia. Right now, it is free of any customs. That is one of the promotion which we are doing, so the farmers can get this technology. At least the price will go down. So that is one of the leap which we are doing, implementing right now. The other thing is, as you know, there is a problem of access to finance for the farmers and cooperatives in both sides, forward side and the backward side also. So we are trying to develop some policies and implementation procedures, how the farmers can access the finance with a lower rate, and how can we support the microfinance if they have liquidity problems. So we are also working for that, and we are pumping some monies for the microfinance to give access to finance with lower interest rate. So we were working with the Israel company, the JDC, that is the Jewish Development Company, and they have pumped some amount of hard currency, and the bank, the local bank, are giving the farmers with a low interest rate, that is 5%. It's very encouraging. That is one of the things which we are innovating. So the other bank will follow these procedures. Maybe the other very interesting policy is the water policy now. It's on the table of the parliament. So we are mapping the groundwater totally in the, which is suitable for agriculture. So it was not having a proper policy, the well distance, the quantity, the pumping, all these principles were not properly addressed. So now it will be approved, I think, this year. That is one of the policy. Maybe the other thing is the contract farming policy, also a very interesting policy that we have recently approved by the parliament. So there was a defaulting problem in the cooperative and the farmers, so it has approved now. Either of the parties will be enforced by that policy. And the other is the import substitution policy. That is, maybe you heard of it. Now the government is highly working on import substitution on wheat, import substitution on oils, and some commodities which is very much consumable for the society. So we have developed the policy, so the government is proactively implementing that policy. So maybe the other one is very interesting now. The government is understanding the land policy. Halfly, even the Prime Minister recently pressed that the land has to be at least halfly, it has to be privatized. So positive things are coming now. That is another progress for the investors. The export policy for the farmers also. The coffee farmers now, they are organized and exporting coffee also for any country. So it was not like this before 4 or 5 years now. They can export oil crops, coffee, other commercial crops. So these are some of the area which we are touching for the government. Really, the government is very much proactive if we are advising properly. Is hearing and try to attract and solving the problem of the farmers. So these are some of the area. Maybe the other thing recently, you heard of it, the electric cars are now imported with free of taxes. This is one of the area which we have promoted for the last, I think, 10 years, 20 years. So this is one of the area which reduces emission in the country also. So these are some of the policies which the government is really changing towards a positive. So these are some of the areas which
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. No, I would like you to. So people from our Indian colleagues, ATA is kind of similar to NABARD. So that's the institution sir represents. Can you please pass it to John from SAGOT, and from the Tanzanian perspective, we got the microfinance perspective of Tanzania, but how do we push using your, the agri space that we have not looked at? I mean, how can energy access and sustainable energy and agriculture actually play a role? And that's when SAGOT could play a critical role. How do you think, what policies should happen are there that are great for the country of Tanzania?
Okay, thank you. I'm coming from agricultural sector, as you said, and agriculture sector is one of the key sector that contributes the national economic development, and also it has a stake in contributing to pollution through various mechanization. And through our ongoing policy with the National Determined Contribution, NDC. We set out our target on how we can cut down. To do this, the government has policies that can support renewable energy or sustainable energy supply in different food systems, starting from the production to the processing subsectors. That's one. Number two, we developed some guiding tools to guide our investors in agricultural sector to monitor the carbon footprint. Whether is production in the local areas, is the processing in the peri-urban areas, all this has been set, and the SELCO, as one of the public-private partnership organization, is trying to broker the deals that can help reduce carbon footprint.
Thanks, John. So closing comments, Hanok, what should happen? What should we take out? What's the exercise are you giving Huda and Rachita?
Two.
Huda and Rachita.
I think you asked a broader question. I think what's really one of the unsaid things here, whether it's on renewable energy access or when it comes to agriculture, we need to be seriously concerned about how to create equality of opportunity for the most number of people in our countries, especially for the marginalized and for the poor ones, because it's not like we have created a level playing field for them to compete with the rest of us. Forget the West, some of us who are born in the cities, who is running water and electricity and healthcare, they don't have these. Maybe 30–40% of the Ethiopian population is malnourished. They may have enough calories, but they don't have the nutrition. What's missing is things like animal protein and horticulture. You know, Ethiopian cuisine is very rich, but it doesn't have enough fruits and vegetables and animal protein. These are all innovation and entrepreneurship opportunities for rural entrepreneurs that we're not paying attention to. And financing is the biggest, financing plays the biggest role in terms of policy or in terms of implementation. What we discovered in Ethiopia's case is agriculture accounts for the living of 2/3 of the population, contributes 1/3 to national GDP, but yet gets low single digits from the banking sector in terms of financing. So this is not just unfair. If we're going to improve the lives of the most number of people in Ethiopia, the most important place where the financing has to go to is agriculture, especially smallholder-driven agriculture. And I was connecting a lot with the professor yesterday when he was talking about India's policy. So from a policy point of view, some things need to happen, but then we can all also advocate from a point of view. Agriculture is a market failure here. Agriculture is essential if we're going to have equitable and social development. But if we leave it to the market does not prioritize it because the return on investment is long-term, the risk is higher, and it's just not the first thing a banker is going to jump in. I think some of you bankers will agree with me on that one. And when it comes to renewable energy, again, Dr. Kabada was talking about so many things the government's doing. It's just never enough. We need the entrepreneurs all the way on the ground to participate. And the way to do that, so we don't have single points of failure and one actor just doing everything, is to make sure all of this is available. And the market building, the ecosystem you guys were talking about is critical. If we're going to go into rural areas, the Ethiopian population lives spread out across a very large land mass. They're settled based on their land, 0.5 hectare, 1 hectare, 2 hectares. So they need to be near the land they farm, so they are all dispersed. So this command and control system doesn't work very well. And the incomes that they have is also, low. So for entrepreneurs to go in there and provide that solution, the ecosystem is just not there. We could see things happening in the cities and in the peri-urban areas, but when we go deep in the rural areas, it doesn't happen. And this is where your word here comes so important, subsidy. It's not such a dirty word. I don't know why we think it's such a dirty word. We need subsidies to make sure the market is being built, but we also need to make sure that access to power that we have in the cities, we pay like less than 2 cents a kilowatt hour in Ethiopia in the cities. They don't have any of that, maybe 80%. I mean, Ministry of Water people are gonna fight with me now because the access number is more than 50% in Ethiopia, but my understanding is connectivity is less than 20,000. People don't have the electricity. I don't care what, you don't hide behind definitions. The reality is they don't have that access. And if they don't have that access, that means, neonatal death in Ethiopia is very high. Government has spent a lot of money and resources. There's 45,000 health facilities across Ethiopia. Most of them don't have electricity. One of the key remaining bottlenecks is access to electricity, and that's what we're hoping to partner with you and to expand. We can't even get a straight answer. How many of them have electricity? There's so many numbers. 17% have it, 7%, 10%. We argued with so many people. But the reality is that thing that's available to us on a daily basis is not available to them. So what I wanted to say is when it comes to policy and being inclusive, creating the opportunities for everyone, it means providing them with the basics that we have been blessed with. And to make sure that happens, that inclusivity needs to include them in the conversation as well. We can't just be having the chats in the capital cities. I'm sorry, that was longer than I hoped, but I got emotional.
No, I just wanted to challenge you on, before passing on to Paul, that subsidy is a dirty word because it mostly goes to fossil fuels. So, so Paul, that's why it's dirty. So, Paul, from the health perspective, what do you promise us, the audience, that you'll take away? You said you promised you'll change policy by March.
Well, I'm going to make a promise by talking directly.
It's all on the YouTube. So.
Yes, I get it, and I'm going to be very precise because I take over the mic from precise. And I'm going to speak to Huda because to move the electrification agenda in Sierra Leone, we need support. And the type of support we need, we know it is possible through the existing structure that we have established here. So we have the global SDG7 Hubs. We have this North-South-South discussion going on involving the North, right? I have engaged with Maurice for a very long time in the last 7 months. He tells me the needs within the ministry. Can the hub support Maurice in his activity? He has now created a coordinating mechanism within the Ministry of Health to coordinate energy issues, to coordinate the deployment of renewable energy infrastructure for last mile communities. He needs support. Can the hub support him? This is my promise.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Vinny.
What I'm promising right here is that we'll continue working on the issue of pricing. Honestly, as an association, sometimes I'm torn between the two. My members are sticking to the interest rate which they are charging right now because they have, proper calculation on why they have reached to that point. And at the same time, because we want to reach the milestones, I am also pushing for a lower interest. And unfortunately, in doing so, members think that I don't want them to, like they're in business because it's a business and they want to, they need profits and to be sustainable. So it's a very difficult scenario, but I'm still working on, sources of funding. We are trying to put up a paper which we will sort of try on capitalization, and we all know microfinance institutions, most of them are very undercapitalized. There are many small microfinance institutions in Tanzania. The bigger ones, obviously, they have, cheaper sources of funding. And unfortunately, when it came to the government, they took a bold step where they put an interest rate cap to microfinance institution. And this cap is, to the microfinance institution is a bit lower, But when you look at it, it's still high. So, you know, when you are there representing the industry, you don't know how you can, you know, how do you represent the industry while the industry itself is saying the interest rate is low, but when you look at it, it's still high. So it's something I really need to work very hard, especially on pricing, and that's the only, big assignment if we are to reach the low income. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Jeff, you're more south than many of the people in the south are. I mean, truly. I mean, it's because where do you think? How do we tie this in? Because we have all the ingredients to make a buffet, right? And now it's just that we need to have the plates, right?
Yeah. So I think the most important thing is if we have the realization, let's say we're a restaurant, and there's no one in the kitchen cooking, that they're all outside with music or catering, or we need more people in the kitchen actually cooking, so the implementers are very important. So our priority the coming year, of course it depends on how our board approves, etc. But our push for the coming years will be focus on good implementers and good program designers, because otherwise we'll be too split, running from project funding to funding, and we're not thinking about the long marathon where we're handing over the baton to the next person. And we don't have to do it all ourselves, right? Each person has a role to play. So understanding, I think you use the analogy of the trains and the boxcars, how they connect. But we need that program design. We need more emphasis on implementation and how it works upwards toward policy. Because I think policy is often too isolated. It's a one-off funding. It looks good on paper, but there's no connect with the practitioners.
Thank you. Thanks, Jeff. And finally, to challenge to my own colleagues is that when a lot of us keep saying that we should exchange good policies and what are the bad and the good policies, but we don't have an anchor point that actually we'll go off, but there is no anchor point. I think we should get all Hanoch, Paul, etc. We need together, and can we create a centerpiece of a focal point where the good and the bad policies of the different states in India, the different regions in Tanzania, different regions in Ethiopia, we should have one. And people say that what are the good policies, but it's all anecdotal right now. We don't have an anchor. I think together with Good Energy, should we think about how do we get that anchor position there? Thank you, sir. I just want to request from my colleagues is just before the coffee break, cut 5 minutes. I would like our Somalian colleagues to give, are we talking nonsense here, all of us, for the last 3 days? No. When you come and speak on and tell us, because you are a completely different, in a different challenging country. And for us, a country like Somalia is the future of decentralized energy that is a catalyst to peace. Here we are talking of catalyst to agriculture, catalyst to health. But for us, Somalia is a country that hopefully DRE shows the country to peace. And give 5 minutes.
Would you like to come down now?
Please. Come all the way from Mogadishu to
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, I am Seredo. Oh, shall I stand here? Okay. Well, I didn't. Well, I am Seredo. I'm from Somalia, and the renewable energy industry is really going well. Solar has become absolutely something that everyone relies on. We have abundance of sun. The sun shines every day. Since I came here, I didn't see the sun. So I was telling everyone, what happened to the sun? I don't know where I am if I don't see the sun. But I can relate to Hanoch and what he was saying, and I think there is a lot of work to be done in Somalia, and I am very glad that SELCO has finally found their roots in Somalia, because we have seen trails of success in other countries that they have helped. So working with SELCO will provide us the right collaboration to achieve amazing things in the future. There is a lot of need for energy. I don't know if you know a lot about Somalia, but there is a lot of the rural areas are not, they don't have any lightning, so there is no grid there. So to reach those people is very, very challenging. We get a lot of support from the international community, and we have done a lot of work, but we have a long road to go. And I think Bol said something about the private sector cannot only do things on their own if they're not backed with the government's help. So things are changing, but very slowly. Some countries are advancing very fast, and some countries are, because when the SDGs were set to say in 2030 everyone will have lightning, I was just shaking my hand. This is not the reality. This will not happen. I'm so sorry to tell you, but because you can't set a rule for every country in the world and say, we are gonna do this in this. And so we will be left behind if we want to really achieve electrification for everyone in the whole developing world. But I am very inspired by everyone who's here and what they all have done so far. I have Googled most of the people here and what they do, and it's amazing work that they have done. So I have great hope, and I think we will be achieving in 3 years when we come here, I hope, and I think we can demonstrate a lot of things, and we will absolutely. I have amazing, I'm so optimistic, and I want to go back to Somalia and go straight to work because I'm so inspired, and not only me. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Just to give you statistics, when people say Somalia, last year 546 people were killed in Somalia, and 2,100 people were killed in Chicago. So when you prospectively think of Somalia, as you think of these, but also, Henok, is when we say that the people in Ethiopia get, if something from external comes in, we all together, climate change and poverty are the external threats, and we all need to get together to fight that. Yes. Thank you for this. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much to our panel for this discussion.
Please.
Yeah, we'll
have a token, sir.
A small token of our appreciation. A round of applause, please.
Yeah.
For a great start to the morning.
Thank you, sir. I'll give you that. Thank you,
So this is the point where we will start to split the group a little bit. We have a set of health sessions planned, 3 health sessions that will be happening in room K21. We have my colleague Kalyani here, who will gather all of us outside, and then we will be ushered onto that room. So those of you who are part of the health sessions, please do assemble outside. The session here will be on clean energy for livelihoods and the impact from there. I will let my colleague Parmi take over that discussion, and yeah, it's sad to be having to split, but we had to do this with paucity of time. I'll hand over to Parmi.
Manager at Sagot, Tanzania. Mr. Ayan Deb, Central and West Hub leader, Sustain Plus Energy Foundation, and Dr. Musa, who's the senior lecturer and agri-engineer at Egerton University in Kenya. Please, we welcome you all.
Thank you so much for being here. And so while we have some of the health group split, I did want to start off this panel on the note that we did hear in the Impact Failure Conclave, and I think this is a thread as well, that livelihoods and health are inextricable. You cannot deliver health outcomes without delivering food security, nutrition, a lot of other different factors that contribute very directly to healthcare itself. And people take up solar or own DRE for specific reasons. Either there is a burning need, or it's going to be more convenience, more savings, better productivity with it. Or you have for environmental reasons, which is of course very, very niche and close to none. Or you have a trust and a faith in solar. You have an experience that it works better than any other alternative. And that, when combined with appropriate program designs, models, and incentivization, can really spur adoption and impacts. So coming to impacts, when we think of livelihoods, we always think of incomes, we always think of maybe productivity, but there are a whole range of different impacts that is possible to achieve, and is possible to achieve using certain approaches, right? So it's not like we put solar panels and we get impact. It's multiple other factors that play a role. With that, I'm very, very pleased to welcome our panelists today, because each of them come from very deep-seated agricultural and allied grassroots experiences and knowledge at a combination of levels. So I'll start off and open the panel, and specifically this panel will explore impacts and potential, both quantitatively, qualitatively, and a little bit on how is it possible and how do we get there. So with that, I'll open the panel with John. Thank you so much for being here. So SAGOT is the Southern Agricultural Corridor of Tanzania. They are basically intermediaries that support agri and allied businesses. So really kind of looking at production, really kind of looking at supporting agri enterprises that are stable, strong, linking them to markets. Where do you see the gaps? And SAGOT has not already adopted and done much with DRE, but there is an intention, there is a need. You're starting to plan this, right? Why? Why are you on this table of energy, and where do you see the gaps in potential?
Thank you very much, Huda and the others. As you said, Southern Agricultural Growth Corridor of Tanzania, as a public-private partnership organization, we are coordinating commercial agriculture in the Southern Highlands of Tanzania, the area that is almost equal-sized with Italy. It's 1/3 of our country, where more than 65% of food supply is coming from. And you can imagine in this area, Rural energy is accessible around 40%, where majority of farmers have a greater potential to produce food for local market as well as external market. But again, it comes the problem of post-harvest loss management because of accessibility to energy. So solar energy is one of the solutions actually that can help to address these issues. So right now, among our 120 partners we have a number of private companies that work in solar energy supply. And the country has put some right policies on the place to make sure business of solar is in the right support from the public side. But again, farmers themselves, they have to get access to solar supply. But in value chains or in food systems like horticulture, that's the critical area, most critical area where solar energy is needed. And most of farmers in this corridor, they are producing horticultural crops like avocado, which is now more pronounced in the Western market, coming from that corridor. You can imagine the loss that is happening because of inaccessibility to power, sometimes to improve the shelf life of such crops. You are not talking about dairy, you are not talking about some cereals and edible oils that may need processing by using solar energy. So there's that great potential, but in terms of impact, you can see number of smallholder farmers who are losing some agribusiness opportunities for processing and adding value to those crops. So we have that great potential of supplying these services to the farmers for the sake of adding value, for the sake of improving livelihood of rural communities, but at the same time keeping our carbon footprint down always. That's what we are looking for. And we are grateful that SELCO has got interest of working with SACOT. I remember it's just last year when Harish and his team visited our office in Dar es Salaam. And there are partners who are already working in northern part of the country. They are also interested to come and work in the southern corridor where we have this good and strong network of partners. So we are very optimistic to see more steps are going to be achieved soon. And I think next year we'll be talking a different language when it comes to issue of solar supply in the Southern Highlands. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John. So I'll bring in Musa at this stage. He has told me let's not call Dr. Musa or Engineer Musa, Mr. Musa, but Musa. And that's really a wonderful thing to just sort of make sure that we all talk to each other as partners, and he was very keen on that. But Musa works with Nakuro Living Labs, and Nakuro Living Labs is housed out of Egerton University. They focus on food security by looking at minimum impact on planet and specifically circular agriculture. And that's extremely interesting because they look at pro-planet end-to-end agricultural solutions. For them, clean energy, energy efficiency is a key part of everything that they look at and how they look at this. But Musa, John has said that he's looking forward to impacts like value addition, improving livelihoods, and carbon footprint. What are the other impacts, or what are the impacts beyond this that you have seen already in your work? And you've deployed a lot of energy-driven solutions, be it solar milk chillers and dryers and things like that. What are the solutions? What are the impacts beyond this that you look at?
Thank you, Hunda. First, I'd like to thank SELCO for making this possible. This is my first time in India, and I'm very delighted to be here, because this is I'm among people who are the only people in the world who have an ocean, the Indian Ocean. And I looked at it and I said, if we can drain the Indian Ocean, then we'll have a boundary between Kenya and India. It's simple like that. Impacts other than the money in the pocket. We said, well, at Living Lab, we look at it in a broader perspective, and we say this. Livelihoods, people are in this so that they can get a number of things for themselves. And the first thing we said is people need good health. That's what people are looking for. People need money in their pocket to enable them acquire other things. People also need good relationships with one another, with other corporations, relationships. And people also want to maintain their culture and beliefs. And you say, okay, to attain these necessities in life, there's one thing people do. They work. They do work. And in their work, we realized, yes, it is in the work level that they need energy. And this energy, they needed to enable them do what they do. And then you look, what has been the impact of using this energy to what they do? Beyond the monetary straight things, we've seen something on labor. We've seen, of course, obvious drudgery has come down. There's release. People are now free to do other things they want to do. But we've seen something else. There's inclusivity. The average farmer in Kenya age for a farmer is about 58 years old. But when you bring technology and renewable or clean energy, we see that the youth are now coming in. And this is a big impact because not only does it bring vibrancy into the agricultural sector, but also comes with increased productivity. You visit a few working groups you work with, and you see young men, all 23 to 30 years, they're now involved. And this is beautiful because they're using energy. They like it when it comes in form of electricity, not just the sunshine. But if you get this technology coming in, you find the youth coming in. That's one, in terms of inclusivity. Then we see something else also coming up in terms of, when you bring clean energy, I'll give an example of installing water pumping. We did this, and it used to be tedious, heavy work for the women. But with solar pumping, the men now have come on board. You'll see them walking around with the number 10 spanner to open a few gadgets, and we are checking around for water. And the women now are free to do something else. We've seen this as a major impact on what is going on. But something also interesting in terms of renewable energy is culture is changing. I'll start with a simple but interesting example. And one time in Solai area, we put a water system for the people to use. And we got a feedback that the system is not working. The system is not working. They say, what's the problem? We go there and we find the pipe is burst. It's broken. Say, okay, fix the pipe. Maybe we put a weak pipe. Then after a week, the pipe again was broken. And we said, no, this is doesn't look like a normal engineering problem. Let's find out what's going on here. And we talked to the community, and we found we had interfered with the social enterprise of courting. The young men were like, now we used to talk to the girls when they're going to the river. It doesn't happen anymore. This system you put in here. Say, okay, we'll have to find another way of getting this done. And up to today, I get invitations in that community for weddings, and the solar pumping is still working. So the culture changed how they do it. Another aspect we've seen changing and is impacting okay on the society is on diet. People say it requires a lot of energy, like for biogas case. requires a lot of energy to cook the cereals as they are. So, but with biogas, they have a lot of energy. They can be able now to cook, and they're able to even cook more of these foods. And we say, oh, this is an impact which you can't quantify in terms of money, but it makes people's lives much, much better. Again, we see in terms of the professionalism, and I think probably I'll show this because it's something, when we interact with people, we've learned that we, as professionals, we need to change. Speak the language that people speak. You've heard of, this is a proverb from India, this is a proverb from China, and as professionals now we've changed and we are introducing like engineering proverbs. And what we've realized, working with the people there with the technologies.
I think you have a slide on that, right?
Just a moment, yeah, we'll ask for the slide in a moment. We tell them, they tell us, in these systems, there are things you don't touch. If you touch these things, we spend the whole night here. Because it's not easy to fix some of these, it takes time to fix. And now we've picked this and we say, please don't touch this. If you do, we spend the whole night here. And these are something you're seeing. And I'm trying to put this in a more powerful way. And probably now we can have the engineering proverb you've gotten. Okay, in a moment. Okay. So these are some of non-really quantifiable way we think of it in terms of money, but you have seen these impacts come in, and I think we should look beyond the money and look at it in a more horizontal or holistic way on how we are impacting on the society. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming in with that. I think these are impacts that mostly we don't really consider capture very often, and they go much beyond the basic impacts and potential as well. So when we have that slide, we'll bring you back in. But Ayan, moving to you. So Sustain Plus has been scaling. Sorry. Oh, you have the slide? Yeah.
Oh. Good. There it is. And you can see the expression is really explanation, and it is an engineering proverb now born out of using clean energy. And we know this, when you hear stop, if you touch that, we will spend the night here. We know it's going to be difficult, but this has been born out of interacting and putting the engineering or the renewable clean energy systems to the community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so and moving to you from these examples and insights that are coming from the ground, you have been working at a fairly large scale, right? Deploying clean energy solutions together with in partnership and really forging program designs which combine enterprise, government, and financiers, right? That's a lot of what Sustain Plus has been doing, depending on different needs, contexts. And you've deployed a range of solutions, be it biogas, be it, powering.
So broadly, the typology where we are working is an undulating hilly terrain. With almost 80% of the households are indigenous people who stayed in that region for centuries. And the average land holding over there is half an hectare is the land ownership. And agriculture is the mainstay. Mostly, traditionally, the families used to do monocropping, which is mostly food crops. So we have been working in those regions for almost 6-7 years with agriculture as the primary focus, and gradually we have, as we saw the pain points associated in the exist done by the women in the region. And moving on with that point, the direct market interface is gradually been taken up by the woman of the house. And she, what we see is that she is negotiating with the market players in her own villages when the traders come in. The second impact that we see is availability of local services in the ecosystem. the services which were quite distant or almost not possible in these regions. These regions are broadly, farmers are first generation high value agriculturists. So the availability of the services in the region are now accessible, be it the nursery or other services which are available. The third is the establishment, gradual establishment of the value chain actors, like the traders, the input shops that are getting established in the region. And this is something which is happening by its own. So there are lots of examples in our region where with the increase in volume of production, from one single input shop, from zero input shop, actually there are 15, 20 input shops which are clustering around in the ecosystem. So that is the third critical impact that we see. Besides, I mean, the usual decrease in treasury and the points that are commonly observed when we infuse DRE into the ecosystem. In form of numeric numbers, if I say, there is a reduction in the cost of cultivation. We have recently done an impact assessment where we see that there is a reduction in almost 3,000 to 5,000 rupees per month in the cost of cultivation. Another very interesting thing that we saw was there is almost 20 to 30% increase in the cultivable wasteland because of the work that we are doing. And the third point is there is an increase in income from almost 800 rupees per decimal output that the farmers were getting. Now it has almost gone to 1,500 to 2,000 rupees per decimal. So these are the few impacts, visible impacts that we are seeing because of the infusion of DRE and the agro ecosystem that we are working in.
Sure. Thanks so much, Ayan, for that. I'll just ask you one more question and then ask you, Musa, the same question that I'll ask Ayan. So you're getting a multifold benefit here. Yeah? That's clearly not just because of the energy, the solar pump. There's a lot of allied things that are ongoing, right? It's not about if you do energy solutions, it's going to lead. It's also prior to this, there is certain conditions that were met, right? Yeah. Be it in terms of mobilization, be it in terms of linkages. And thanks for bringing up those points because they were not covered in terms of the kinds of impacts that DRE programs can facilitate. How is this possible? How do you get to these impacts, which are actually very agri and income oriented, but we're saying it's via energy? How do you get it done?
So basically by the establishment of local agro ecosystem, what we mean is energy is one of the crucial enablers, definitely, but there are lots of other actors and enablers in the ecosystem who needs to work in tandem to make this whole work happen. So, there are actors like, as I mentioned before, the input shops, the nursery entrepreneur, who actually sells healthy saplings. But in order to trigger its agroclimatic ecosystem in the nursery, you need solar, so that there is a heating and cooling management being done over there. And then as we move forward, there are other actors like the traders. I mean, if you don't have the volume, you won't have the traders in the ecosystem. And likewise. So these are the few actors who have to work. And in this work, when we see like across the value chain, in the pre-production, production and post-harvest, we see importance of energy. Example, irrigation has a crucial energy gap, which we have seen, and that is getting plugged in through solar pumping. And that
designed. But you mentioned, of course, enabling of stakeholders, right? But what I'm wondering is how, like, who are the stakeholders that facilitate this? Is the government? Are they agri clusters? Like, how do you actually get this done? If someone has to look at an area and say, okay, fine, we can follow these best practices or guides to achieve these kind of solutions. How do you get that done?
Okay. So the slide that has been put up over here, This, I'm sure that those texts are not visible, but I'll try to understand what is mentioned over there. So these points that are mentioned over here, this is a conceptual slide of an agro ecosystem. Typically, an agro ecosystem is a cluster of 15 to 20 villages, which is approximately 500 to 600 households, wherein we are trying to pull in wherein we are trying to address the critical pain points associated with farming. So, for example, if availability of healthy sapling is an issue, so establishment of a entrepreneur local entrepreneur who can actually create nursery, and he or she also, the entrepreneurs are going for double nurseries, wherein also the entrepreneurs are going for double nurseries, wherein they are taking loans from the bank, and bank is also, providing that. So this is one of the critical pain point, availability of healthy sapling. Then as we move forward, all these places were been plowed by bullocks. So deep plowing was missing, and as a result of which there were weeds and other associated issues. So farm mechanization through custom hiring center, number 4 that is mentioned over here, is something which is created in the agro ecosystem. Availability of credit through the government schemes which are already available in the ecosystem is something which we try to infuse through the self-help groups which are already existing in that region. In the irrigation part, again based on the typology, there are various type of pumping system along with precision farming, drip and mulch. So that is something which is been triggered, so that there is less labor and less drudgery associated with the irrigation system. And associated with it, as the production comes in, there are farm advisories which is tried to be brought in the ecosystem. And to mobilize post-harvest, and there is storativity, cooling spaces which are there in the agro ecosystem, so that there is a negotiation point available for the traders and the sellers. Sure. So in this way, what we are trying to see is that all these actors, if they are working in tandem, not one thing in isolation, but all these 8 to 9 actors acting in tandem in an agro ecosystem, that will really create an interest in farmers, sure, in the youth to go for farming. And at the same time, there is a volume generated so that it attracts traders, sure, and other ecosystem players.
Sure. Thank you so much, and if you can pass it on to, how does Nakuro Living Labs do it? How do you achieve these impacts?
Thank you very much. In Nakuro Living Lab, what we have groups of farmers, community-based organizations, that's what we have. And what we designed this to happen is to have synergies between the various groups. So we have, for example, one group which is doing composting of manure, which is organic. Then we have another group which is working on organic farming, so they are utilizing the fertilizer from the group which is composting. And then we have the group which is also on utilizing the wastes, and we have what we call the BSF sub-project. They use the waste to turn it now to the protein for the animals. We feed the animal, we get more waste, we compost. So it's like circular agriculture, we have that. So that's how we identify this. So these groups make their own resources from the sales of these products. Also, they get project support from the donors. And they also contribute in terms of, they do it themselves. They set aside some time of the day. They say, I'll be working for a project this time, and they're able to contribute in kind as well. And they're doing very well, and they're moving also further to diversify on what we thought was going to be the system. For example, there was one group which was aggregating milk, so they aggregate milk, and they used to get a premium price from the big boys, so to speak, the major aggregators, processors. So the processor tell them, okay, you have a deal here. For every kilogram of milk you sell, and it's now cooled, we will give you a premium for 1 shilling, which is additional revenue for them to sustain the activities. And that was the first thought, that we just aggregate and sell to the big boys. Now they have moved this a notch higher. They are now processing the milk into yogurt, and this, they're saying they're able to amplify and get more income from now their milk by aggregating. So it's about synergies between the groups and contribution by individuals and earning more money from the activities they do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. John, you've heard from both of them how they're doing it, how they're achieving these impacts, which are kind of multifold, both quantitative, qualitative. Embarking on your clean energy program and how you would go about it, what are some of the things that which are relevant, which you want to take forward?
Thank you. I believe in terms of local content approach always. This is not rocket science. It's all about what fits at the local level with the local stakeholders. And the best approach I'm learning from this discussion is that based on the nature of our farmers, producers and the processors, from small to medium and large scale levels, I think going forward the approach will be identifying the right technologies that will be relevant to actors, and then secondly to identify the technologies that fits them, what they really need on the ground. And then our third approach, I think, will be mobilization or aggregation of actors. And we work in a partnership approach. That's where now you can identify actors from public sector in terms of government officials, agencies and all that, and then you identify their roles. Then you look also another part of stakeholders, the non-government organizations, the NGOs and all that, and also identify their respective roles in that case. And then more importantly, another group is the R&D, research organizations, as well as financial institutions. And then with having this ecosystem working, I think it will be very easy to bring impact to the farmers and other actors to access solar energy or renewable energy. I think that's the best approach we can move with. But again, it will be very important to have a starting point with same-minded and committed organization like SELCO and others. Sure. Yep.
Thank you. Thanks so much, John. So I will reserve my questions, and in the interest of time, I'll open it out to the audience. If you have any questions for Ayan, Musa, or John. Yes, Gautam, so we can just have the lights, please. I'm going to take another mic. No, we'll leave this here. There's not enough. Okay, Gautam sir. Okay, go ahead.
My question is to Mr. John, that we know that in southern corridor of Tanzania it is well known for agriculture practices, and most of the cases we have seen that the policy and practice. Most of the cases we have seen that policies are influencing towards contract farming. Don't you think by doing this, the interest of small and marginal farmers are in stake? And how do you want to address those in future?
Thank you very much. Your question is on the policy, and you said about the contract farming. At the moment, in the corridor, we have limited number of value chain that engaged in the contract farming approach, unfortunately. But we do have contract farming laws, and for the value chain that farmers have engaged with in this approach has shown a success. Only that there's this challenge of market reliability, especially for the export crops. And that's where big disappointment has faced smallholder farmers, especially during COVID-19. Of course, that's the global crisis, but at least we realize there's a potential for contract farming benefit for farmers and also investors. The good thing, again, is that with contract farming, at least farmers knows that they are assured of getting input in advance as they wish to have. And SELCO partnership has also got policy platforms that engage multiple stakeholders from non-state actors to the government levels. And we have been influencing a number of policies in the country to make sure agribusiness nourish in the corridor. Thank you.
Thank you, John. We have another question. Yeah. So that was Gautam sir
Hello.
from Harsha Trust. He didn't identify himself, but years of experience in both agri and animal husbandry in tribal and coastal regions of Odisha. Yes, if you can just also identify yourself.
All right, thank you. I'm Solomon from Ethiopia. I want to thank the panelists first and the moderator. I have a question for each of the panelists. Thank you so much first for sharing your great experiences. But I come from the lowlands and pastoral regions. So I'm interested in learning your experiences, John, your experience in lowland areas of, regarding clean energy to support, diverse agricultural livelihoods. What does it look like? Or if you don't have one, what are your plans in the future to move into the lowland areas? Because lowlands represent, a greater proportion of Africa, even 45%, almost half of Africa is lowlands. We need a specific approach, unique efforts for these landscapes also. The other is for Dr. Musa. Who are your main clients or beneficiaries? I know you're working with youth, which I think is very important, but how far have your efforts gone to include in your inclusivity the disadvantaged youth and women, which I think is very important in development today in Africa. The other is from India, the role of the farm advisors in agro ecosystems that you displaced, which is really very clear. I just want to learn a little bit more about the role of farm advisors. Is that only technical? Does it involve some kind of support in BDS and things like that? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We'll just take a couple of more questions and then we'll move to closing remarks. Just a question here.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak. I am Thomas Essans Manakawa from Sierra Leone and working with the Energy Nexus Network. It's actually not a question, but just a contribution because the topic on floor, it's actually connected to what I'm handling over there. So we have a pilot project going on in one of the rural communities in Cambia, Kasiri village to be specific. And we've installed, let me say, a model backing up with the productive use equipment, which are refrigerators and the likes. We actually selected 5 different sites, and we have our own plan, which is our MEL plan, which we use to measure the metrics of impacts created in their businesses and livelihoods. And before coming here, we have just completed the second MEL, which we do after 3 months. And here are the statistics to measure how impactful of what we've done in their communities. We use different metrics to measure this. One of them is the capital, what they are actually using to start their business or to purchase their product. And For Site 5, I'm not going to give all the rundown of all the sites to make it short, but we have Site 5, Fatmata Kamara, yes. She's actually owning a eatery shop wherein you go and you purchase and you eat. So she used to start a business, or let me say, normally when she wants to go to the market, she goes with 1,000 leones. 1,000 leones to the market before. That is before the installation of the system. But after 3 months, after we've installed, when I go there and I ask, now she's going with around 3,000 to 4,000 to the market just to get a product and come and do a business. That is how impactful let me say, clean energy, let me say, that is how impactful clean energy has been to our livelihood. That is just an instance. And we also look at the income generation. At first, she wasn't earning much per day. She was just earning like 50 leones per day. But after the installation, we noticed that she is now earning daily 100 leones to 150 leones every day. So you see the increment and the impact. And that has been the target of our model anyway. We go there and we try to improve your livelihood and see what happens in the near future as we push for development. Then that is not the only aspect. We also see the social cohesion within the community. Sure. Social cohesion in the sense, let us take a look at the kids at home, because the model we installed there, it is not only limited to the livelihood. We extended it to the households because they have shops that are actually connected to their houses. Why we did that? Because if there is a system just at the livelihood or at the shops, there is every tendency for the children or even the mommy, the daddy, or other relatives at home, they will exhaust the system at the shops. For example, looking out for somewhere to charge their mobile phones, and even the kids to study at night. Sure. So what we did, we extended the facility to the houses, to their homes. So previously, before the installation, kids were not studying. Sure. They were not studying anyway. And this community it is one of the, let me say, the downgraded communities, really, really underdeveloped. They can't even have the access to electricity. They've never had it before. This is the very first time. And I just wish I should have had the opportunity to show you some of their testimonies. Sure. But since it's not here, I will forward it to please. SELCO Foundation, Sika, or you, Ura, then you share with everyone here. Yes. And for now, currently, the kids are spending like their study time currently. They study until they get tired, midnight. Sure. For now, that is a true confession made by the parents and in the eyes of the children. So that is how impactful it has been. Then when you take a look at Site 4, another beneficiary also, end user, Masire Touré, she usually makes for the day 200 leones. That was what she used to earn. But now currently she's making 100% of that. So 400 leones every day. Sure. So you see how impactful clean energy is or has been to our livelihood. And for her, she was going with 1,500 to the market. But now she's going with closely to 6,000, 5,000 to 6,000. Yeah.
No, thank you so much,
yes.
Thomas. I think that's really helpful to sort of really bring those cases from the ground. And I think while these are examples of pilots and it happening in the early stage pilots, there is also examples of how these kind of impacts have happened at scale in various regions. So very quickly, and then we'll move into.
Okay, thank you. My name is Mugisha Abudu. I come from Uganda, and I work with the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. Thank you for inviting us. In Uganda, we have been having very good climatic conditions, and we have been having even up to 3 seasons in a year. Sure. And we have not been thinking so much about, irrigation and so on. But in the recent past, the climate change effects have caught up with us, and there's a lot of crop failure. And government is now emphasizing uptake of appropriate technologies, especially solar-powered, that can enable our farmers to start irrigating. And we have a few projects that have started piloting application of the solar technologies to irrigate. So there is still a big fear among the farmers about the quality of the solar-powered technologies, if they can do good work, if they can be efficient, and if they can last long, and if the spares are available. Then the other thing is about the cost. The cost still seems to be scaring away the farmers. I myself am a farmer. I grow coffee and I wanted to take up a technology to irrigate coffee. The cost is still high. So the developers of these technologies need to think about the costs. The costs should be affordable by the smallholder farmers if we are to see the impact. We also suffer a lot of post-harvest losses, up to 30% in most of our enterprises, post-harvest loss. And therefore, we are thinking we must go into value addition. We must handle our produce better, fruits and vegetables, and many others. So we are looking at value addition equipment that you have that probably we can take up if they are solar powered, if they can help us in reducing post-harvest losses. But I saw some capacities are small, and most of our farmers, maybe we have put them into groups so that they can be good for our farmers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Maybe just one last, Professor Vijay Modi, if you just want to bring up, you had an example in Senegal with zero interest at scale, maintaining certain impacts. So just keep it quick, and then we'll
I'm going to keep it quick. Huda, I wanted to just, it really fit into more a policy discussion. But in Senegal, let's say extending the grid to the farmer would have cost $1,500. Plus farmer would have had to make investment in drip and pump, etc. Now solar per farmer was 3,000. But because of utilization, farmer risk, what scaled was a 4-year, no interest payback. Now that 1,500 was a government investment which was fully paid off for the grid. So it's 100% subsidy. But the solar one, to de-risk the financing and de-risk the bank, took only $500. So I think we are sometimes missing that de-risking solar, even if at 0% interest, is costing half or 1/3 of what the government would have spent. And the physical infrastructure on the ground, its value was twice $3,000 as opposed to $1,500. And that case needed to be made. I wanted to just give a shout out to Ayan for agronomists being there, farmer groups being there, and the private sector. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. So starting with maybe John, you closing comments, and specifically if you can answer your plans to work in lowlands, and then closing comments.
Yeah, thank you. Solomon, I understood him very well. His question, unfortunately, is a bit far from our experience. He's asking on the lowland. And the circuit we work on the southern highlands of Tanzania is the area, that corridor lies between 1,200 to 2,100,000 meters above sea level. So it's really contrary, I think, to areas of his focus. But at the same time, energy supply, renewable energy supply, and usage, I think, is more or less the same. The principles of business, the actors, and all that are still the same. The big issue here is how solar or renewable energy supply in any area, how does that make business sense? That's the most important thing. We have actors, as we said earlier, we have farmers, we have producers, processors, and all that. They need energy. Because of their proximity, most of them are outside national grid. Definitely, the relevant energy for them is solar energy. How do they access? So it's all about mobilizing resources, convening actors, taking the leadership by government in terms of putting right policies that can enable businesses to happen, but at the same time facilitating microfinance institutions to work more efficiently, and also there must be a neutral broker to play the great role of regulation, coordination, and facilitation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John. Musa, to you, if you can answer who specifically are your beneficiaries, and then closing remarks.
Okay, thank you very much. Solomon asked the question of inclusivity. I'll be very brief on this one. In design of programs for development regarding clean energy, it's always good to have the ear on the ground. And what I've seen, it's not so much about registration. It's about making the activities attractive to the stakeholders. Just I mentioned that when you put the pumps, naturally the men come on board. You put machines which are running something, and such activity are left for the women, the men come on board. If you make the program technological survey, the youth come on board. So make it attractive to the stakeholders. It's not so much about registration. I had a problem one time, someone said, we want an MSc student, and this must be a lady. It must be a lady. And that is almost registrative, and we get into problems. But if you make the renewable energy study exciting and attractive to the ladies, then they come on board on that. So it's about making the programs attractive to target. From Uganda, in terms of pumping, yes, the water pumping using solar are very viable. What our experience has been this. Generally, agricultural mechanization is expensive. So one farmer, one equipment generally is very expensive. But if it is a one equipment for a group of farmers, it becomes much cheaper for them to acquire this. And we have technologies for water pumping which really exclude batteries, and the batteries are normally the weakest link in the solar system. But we can store energy now in another form. In cooling, we are storing the energy in ice, and for water irrigation, we store the energy in raised tanks. It becomes now cheaper and you distribute to many people. And the future is this. Let's see what people do for livelihood, which is work, and what work they're doing, then match the technologies which go with what they're doing. And if there's a gap, then we need to bring in the ecosystem innovators, people who will transform the renewable or clean energy to what the end users need. But I can tell you, basically, they like electricity. It's like glucose for energy. I mean, yeah, it is.
Sure. Thank you so much, Musa. I think, Ayan, just two questions and then quick closing remarks. One is farm advisors, the role of farm advisors, and the second is if you can just give a range of costs and capacities available, whether it's irrigation or post-harvest or cooling, just the range of costs and capacities, and farm advisors and close.
Yeah, thanks. So, this farm advisory question was from Solomon. In our agro ecosystem, there are two kinds of farm advisory that we have tried out. One is the market advisory through an app, wherein the app is accessed by the group in the village. So as the production starts to, as the harvesting starts to happen, typically this app advises the rates of the particular crop across the mandis, across the markets which are there near the villages. So X mandi is having tomato at the rate of X price and other at what price. And based on that, the farmer then has a transparent way of then talking to the trader and negotiating with the trader. So that is one farm advisory system that happens. And the other advisory is farmer to farmer interaction. So typically what we do is, these are first generation farmers. We basically consult with the most matured farmer in the ecosystem or in the other state, and through WhatsApp messaging, basically they share the issues. Like if there is a message which goes from one farmer on what I should do for this particular crop. So there is an immediate message from the expert farmer on what are the necessary steps to be taken. And this is done in a very regular manner, so that there is a cross connect learning which is happening on a very day-to-day basis. So these are the two sort of farm advisory that is available or that we have tried to work out. With regards to costs.
Just costs and capacities, because I know there are detailed sessions on both, but just range of costs. I think specifically you said if there were larger available. So just what are the largest that you've seen cooling or post-harvest?
Okay. So in the, I mean that will depend again on the need. On the need, definitely. So typically available cold storages are mostly 5 metric ton, and their cost is roughly around 15 to 16 lakhs. And then there are agro processing that depends again on the size. Pumping also depends on the size. Small pumps, larger pumps again based on the horsepower that you have.
I'm pretty sure in the agri-cooling session they will clarify. I think there's a range available, so that you'll get that clarification. Closing remarks, Ayan.
Okay.
Takeaways, top one.
Just, I mean 2-3 points. One takeaway is technology shouldn't be put up for the technology's sake. It should be based on the pain point of the community. And pain point has to be very critically understood. What is the exact pain point, and based on that, what is the sizing of the technology. That is the first thing. Second point is strengthening of the local service ecosystem. Because what we have seen is technologies looks quite jazzy in beginning, but as you deploy within 1 or 2 years, issue of serviceability comes in. And so one has to negotiate with the technology service provider from the beginning itself on establishing local serviceability. So that is, I think that is the most critical point for any technology that we deploy in the ecosystem. Market access is something which we need to look into if we are looking at a farm-based ecosystem. That understanding has to be there. Fourth point, if somebody is looking for scale, I mean, so scale is not equal to deployment of technology. It is basically understanding of the appropriate business cycle which this technology will take, and that has to be considered when we talk about scale. So these are the few broader points that I have to say.
So thank you so much. So I think the reason why this panel I feel was critical going into the detailed deep dive agri subjects, for us to get an overview is because it is stakeholders like Sini and like Sagot and like Nakuru Living Labs who will really be able to really kind of prove those scalable models keeping impacts in mind, right? Really strengthening that nexus of livelihood and energy. It is not going to be the energy stakeholders or the technology providers that will have this overall impact, especially if we're looking at incomes, drudgery, a lot of the other impacts that were mentioned. You need to make sure that stakeholders that are working in clusters, that are working on mobilizing these clusters or these agri-enterprises are the stakeholders upon which we can build the energy transformation within the agri-food systems. So thank you so much for being here, and I'm sure each and every one of you, what you've brought up will be dissected and discussed in the next 2 sessions. So we look forward to that, and we hope that this panel helped strengthen the nexus between energy and livelihood so that we can meet better impacts and outcomes in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to all our speakers. Please accept a token from our end. So before, thank you. Before we break for coffee, I would like to make 2 announcements. We'll be having 2 parallel sessions from 12 to 1:30. The first one is on clean energy access across agri and allied value chains. And the second one is program design for solar irrigation. The one on solar irrigation will be in the N001 classroom from 12 to 1:30. So please, y'all can choose which session y'all want to attend, and our ushers will guide y'all there. After lunch, at From 3 to 4:30, we have 2 more parallel sessions. The first one is on innovative financing models to unlock finance for PUE, and the second one is on solar for post-harvest management and agri-cooling. Again, the session on post-harvest management will be in the N classroom. So please, y'all are free to choose which sessions y'all want to decide. We'll reconvene here at 12:15. We have to cut short the coffee break. I'm really sorry for that. And we'll be having the clean energy across agri and allied value chain session over here in the auditorium. And y'all can go for the solar irrigation to the N classroom. We'll have ushers to guide y'all there. Thank you. Hi, welcome back everyone. We'll be starting with the next session, which is on clean energy access for agri and allied value chains. We would like to invite Mr. Anshul Oja, founder and principal anchor at DRC, to moderate the session. We'd also like to call upon our speakers, Mr. Malatish Puttannavar, Agriculture Officer, Karnataka State Department of Agriculture, Mr. Hivote, Energy Sector Lead, SNV Ethiopia, Ms. Ikram, Program Lead, Agribusiness at Precise Ethiopia. Can we please have a round of applause for our speakers? Over to you, Anshul.
Right. I think we have, since morning, we have covered the larger strokes. We have talked about the policies. We have talked about the broader strategies. This panel provides us a unique opportunity of going deeper to middle of the pyramid and also to the ground practices. So this will be a very important opportunity for all of us to hear stories from the ground. You know, what has been happening in India, in South? What are the lessons in Ethiopia or Uganda or Kenya? Or what are the agribusiness opportunity models which are happening in Ethiopia? So let's go deeper into that. I just want to just to set the context, I want to read this piece. It's a commentary by a very senior Indian journalist commenting on COP and the recent COP. And Joydeep says, the disconnect between the reality of climate change and the artificial bubble in which global climate negotiations take place became significantly wider as the extended 2022 summit drew to a close 40 hours behind schedule. The only success at failing summit could show us was the establishment of a fund to pay poor nations for the loss of damage they are suffering due to climate change. This fellow has been covering COP for years and climate negotiations, and he so upfront, vocally commenting the failure. Well, it has something for us in the global South. The failure, and the influence of global North. I'm not interested in taking a position of North-South, but still, we're talking of a fund which even the operationalization will happen in next few years. We still don't know. Which will be so easy for the North to give away some money and get done with it. So there is something we all need to worry about at the local level. Another point, just to set the context, you don't need to necessarily get to specifics of that, but I believe, and I will make a comment, that the global South has been an entity of the suppression. I'm not saying oppression, but we are, and we have been, our ideas, our opportunities, our resources have been suppressed. Since yesterday, we have been, in some panels, we have been vocal about not worrying much about what the global North is going to do, but think of how we are going to manage the issue. So, what is our preparedness? How are we going to address our suppressions? How are we going to bring the opportunities and the ideas? We have 3 panelists. Hivote operates from Ethiopia, but she works in Kenya and Uganda as well, and brings over 25 years of experience at the strategy, at the implementation. Ikram works in not just in energy sector, but also the broader agribusiness modeling and supporting the communities. Malatesh ji has a background of banking and then moving into extension, agri-extension. So pretty diverse stories. Let's get in your opening comments, Ivote. What are the potential of Global South and the critical need for the action now? Yeah.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank, as any other panelists, also SELCO Foundation for giving me the opportunity to come here and share my experience and also to learn from the other partners working in the same sector. Yeah, my name is Hiwate Tashome. I'm working for SNV, Netherlands Development Organization. And SNV is working globally in 27 countries and mainly focusing on 3 sectors: agriculture, energy, and water. So what makes it very interesting for us here is the things that we are discussing is addressing all the 3 sectors, literally. We are talking about water, we are talking about energy, and we are talking about agriculture. So the experience that we are having here and in other countries is going to be a very good asset for what we are also started. And also what, sometimes it's really good to start things late because we learn from the difficulties of the others. So we don't have to go through those challenges, and we have to learn from that one. And that is also one of the key learning from the first session of this event, the fellow workshop, which we have really learned a lot. And like in connection with what we are doing, in connection with our projects, the energy and agriculture nexus project that we are having is financed by the IKEA Foundation, and it's a multi-country project, as you said. It is in Kenya, Uganda, and Ethiopia. And the way it is formulated and designed is based on this global south thinking, because Kenya and Uganda are a bit forward from Ethiopia, let's say, in terms of readiness to promote such technologies. In the case of Ethiopia, we can say that, especially thinking of a business case model, we are a kind of follower. So there is a huge opportunity to learn from those countries, and as well as also from what we have learned so far from here. So I can stop here and then we can further talk on that.
Sure. Your opening comments on the critical need for action now for the local opportunities, the local value chains, and particularly the energy agri nexus.
Okay. Thank you, Anshul. Thank you, SELCO, for this platform and for your hospitality. Last time I was here, I gained 4 pounds, thanks to SELCO feeding us all the time. Now I'm trying not to get there at least. This is a very interesting topic, and as you said earlier, the global south definitely needs to collaborate, to learn from each other. And as Hiwate touched upon, there are no one-size-fits-all solutions here and there. So everything needs to be contextualized to the local ecosystem, to the local farmers and the local market as well. The program I'm leading, we focus mostly on market linkage, or we call it the buyer-led model. So what we do there is we start from, when we say market, it's not a nebulous concept. It needs to be well-defined. It needs to be someone we know the names of, we know the demands of, and the quality of the products they need. And then we support farmers to produce those things as well. And energy is definitely key here in adding value, and it's always an enabler. In itself, it's not something that adds value, but it will enable the things on the ground and increase production and productivity of farmers as well. So from what we have in Ethiopia, we're doing a few pilots with SELCO as well. but we always focus on the business case. So I think earlier in the panel someone said smallholders and the private sector, but smallholders are private sectors, they are businesses. They're as business savvy as all the commercial producers out there. So whatever we design needs to make business sense for the farmers, whether it's clean energy solutions or everything else, because as of now, they're very expensive. PUE solutions, particularly in Ethiopia, because as Henok mentioned in the previous discussions, Forex is still a challenge. We are not manufacturing solar products in Ethiopia, we have to import them. And there are other priorities for the government like medicine and everything else. So it's very hard to get, to bite into that small pie and give the farmers what they want. So yeah, from our side, that's what we work on, and I hope we'll continue to have more deeper discussions on this.
We'll come back on this first opening remarks from Altesh, but we'll come back on, when in the times when you are probably importing medicines through Forex, then how difficult it will be to, think of those ecosystems. But the critical action in Global South and why is the time now? Your opening remarks.
Thank you, Anshul. On the right, I want to thank SELCO Foundation for giving me this opportunity to share my experience. I am a son of farmer, so that's make me very proud, and I should be. 2.5 billion farmers or people directly, they are dependent on agriculture. But they have got many challenges in agriculture. He has to grow more food. He has to fight with the weather. He has to buy things, inputs. He has to transport. He has to save. He has to be financed. Moreover, the last point and the critical point, the passion has to be passed to the next generation. If you see this environment in agriculture nowadays, now I am the son of the farmer. I am not farming. My son, definitely he doesn't farm. If you go around 20 to 25 years, then who is going to farm? Who is going to put the seeds? And this is a bigger question to all. You have to ask or think, after 25 years, who is going to farm? Or who is to do agriculture? Who is to do animal husbandry? Because we are sending our son and daughters to the schools, making them engineers, doctors, etc., etc. But we are not interested in agriculture. Being a son of agriculture, I am not interested in agriculture. Then how could we think further in agriculture? What will be happening to our productions? It is the one thing I want to put forth these questions to this hall. Another thing is coming to clean energy. 30% of the world consumption goes to the agriculture and allied China. If you go for in Asian countries around, if you take from 2000 onwards, 20% of energy consumption has been increased in Asia. When you come to Africa, 15% of the population lies in Africa, but only 4% of energy consumption is seen in Africa. So there is a stagnant growth in consumption of energy in Africa. So, I was not there for last 2 days of failure, but I think we are failing somewhere to identify the needs. We are failing to identify what energy need is there. We are giving energy for production, we are giving energy for cooling, we are giving energy for transporting. We are not thinking on market linkages. We are not thinking on who is the consumer for those products. So this is what I want to put forth now.
No, I think very interesting. You opened the whole discussion with and bringing in little historicity and the preparedness for the future. the first men, first modern men on the earth walked in Ethiopia, and several thousand years later they may have walked Harappa, and what we are today is what those walks were. Today we are worrying about the continuity and the future. What form would be of the agriculture? Are you concerned in Ethiopia on the next generation? You are talking about so many opportunities. You are talking about adapting, and you're talking about the preparation for the future. But are you concerned about the next generation? What will happen? Where are things? Use this.
Yes, I can say yes, because the projects and programs that we're having as the anchor issue is sustainability. So when we're talking about sustainability, that comes first, yeah? So for instance, on the technologies that we're promoting, there is a kind of controversial things because now these days there is a lots of talk about irrigation, and governments also put in as a priority irrigation to address productivity. But from the water sector, there is an issue, a concern about how are we using our water resources. So this is the time that we really look at, we can reflect on what kind of systems that we need to induce in the technologies that we are promoting. So far what we are looking at, whenever there is a pump, diesel pump, we will see these furrow types of irrigation, which like flooded on the field. Are we continuing with that one, or do we have to really introduce efficient water utilization technique? These are some things that we are trying to address through our projects. So when we're talking about future generation, this is the basic one. On the other side, when we look at, okay, projects, there are bits and pieces of projects starting for some time running, and then, then it becomes the continuation of things. And the coordination between implementing partners. All those things are, some things that we are also looking at. So that, for instance, when we kick off our projects, the first thing that we did is, as it has been already mentioned, to know the context, the local context. And as I mentioned, the 3 countries has their own context. So we have to look at what is on the ground. So in that things, we conducted a kind of a broad baseline study and market assessment. And the result that we found from the 3 countries, in some cases they are the same, but in most of the cases they are different. So we have to really shape our implementation modality according to, the system that fits to what we have on the ground. And in that aspect, for instance, what have we learned is there are some solar water pumps going on in Ethiopia. And some of them, we also did a kind of scoping study, some of them are the farmers. There was one good question in the morning from Uganda colleague. He was asking about the performance of the technology that we are promoting. And what we have seen on the ground is like the farmers, they were using diesel pump, and then they were been given with solar water pump, and they were trying to use it, but they were not satisfied with the water, the potential of the solar water pump. So for them, that technology is not working. So this is something, an eye-opener for us, which we didn't come to us when we design our project. So we said that, no, we have to work on packaging. So that packaging should be based on the commodity, the land size, of the farmers, so that we have to have at least 3-4 kinds of packages. So that when we are going to promote, it should be based on that package, so that I think we can follow up with that with our supplier. The other thing is also the standard. The standard things came into picture. So all these things, efficiency is a key aspect when we talk about, sustainability. So the standard, while we were promoting solar lantern, solar lighting system, it was like a campaign that we have promoting it, and all of a sudden the market was flooded with substandard products. Then the government, sits down, reflect back, thinking about the standard, and then the standard issue came. Now, as a late starter with the solar water pump and other technologies, this is the right time for us to think about standard from ongoing. So this is something as a project we initiated together with the mandated organization to work on the national standard of solar water pump. And we have plenty of experiences in South, in the global South, and also in others. So we are, taking that as a lesson and then contextualized in a way that it fits, so that we don't want really to, as a starter, sometimes when we put high the standard, then we kill the intervention. So we have to be very systematic on that, and this is something that we are working on. So, as you said, sustainability is energy efficiency, sustainability is thinking about the future, and all those things. Yeah.
I mean, speaking does appear like dumping of solutions and dumping of ideas from the rest of the world into, the growing opportunity areas where the localization of solutions and localization of innovations is very, very important. Something what you, in your session talked about, we need to localize. But Ikram, from your programs, from your experiences, any critical piece of the puzzle which you would like to share from that part of the world, which you think is important to sort of share, reflect upon, and maybe learn around from the value chain perspective, focusing around DRE, like she talked about the water sector, from your space.
Yeah, so the one thing I would say to share our experiences in Ethiopia is the ecosystem has to work. Earlier, you were talking about future generations, but the future generation is already here. Like most developing countries, let's say in Ethiopia, almost 70% of the population is under 30. So what we are doing now is actually determining what's happening in the future. In the case of Ethiopia, when it comes to value chains, we actually use the term value network instead of chains, because chain shows the process of value addition of one product until its final output. But value network sees everything else, the policies, the finance, the inputs, and everything that affects the creation of that product. What we see in Ethiopia is there's a bit of a mismatch between what farmers produce and what the commercial sector buys. For example, in the oilseed sector, Ethiopia actually imports 96% of edible oil for consumption. And we were doing a project that focuses on linking or increasing the productivity of oilseeds so that the millers locally can have oilseeds to mill and actually sell to the market. But what we saw when we spoke to these people is the commercial buyer is saying, I don't have enough oilseeds to source from farmers. And when you talk to the farmers, they say, I don't have a market to sell. So if we just force feed our solutions to the farmers and say, hey, they're saying there's a shortage of product, you need to produce more. Who am I selling it to? So we need to come to the farmers with those solutions. Tell them there's a market here, and if you do A, B, C, D, you'll have a market, you'll be profitable, you'll do this, and it becomes logical rather than just giving them or pushing solutions for them as well. Because these farmers, particularly in Ethiopia, 90–95% of our agricultural production is dominated by smallholders. So if they're not growing, if they're not commercializing their production, there won't be any growth to be had. So we need to make sure whatever solutions we have are actually accepted by the farmers themselves, because they're actually very smart. They've seen farming from their grandfathers, from their fathers, everything they have is knowledge in itself. So we need to add to what they know, not give them a new solution to adopt and hopefully work out for themselves.
Do you from the initial pilots or current ongoing interventions, do you see DRE enabling, some of those opportunities for commercialization of smallholding yields, encouraging, enabling the smallholding farmers?
Yeah, so some of the sectors we focus on are poultry, dairy, and horticulture. With regards to poultry, we were also discussing last time, we see poultry as an equalizer for smallholder farmers and for commercial farmers. Because when it comes to disease, you can't really grow your commercial poultry farm into 100 hectares, 1,000 hectares and say I'm scaling up, because the factor of diseases actually balances out the competitiveness in the market for smallholders and commercial farmers. When it comes to dairy also, the sweet spot here is linking what the smallholders are doing in smaller scale into what the commercial farmer is doing. So schemes like the outgrower models, commercial farming was mentioned earlier also. Those things are what we see as a push into increasing production and productivity. So those sectors are quite interesting and we're looking into them now as well.
Maltesh, Karnataka has been an early adopter of innovations in agri and allied value chains, dairy, value addition in the farm produce. Hearing what is coming from our friends Yote and Ikram, what are your something you'd like to share, value chain experiences when you work with the farmers, as agriculture officer, some of the cases which have been encouraging the stories of change.
Definitely. I want to share a story of a woman, Sumati, named from one of the small village. She buys millets, processes it, makes it malts, millets, around 10 items. She goes to small hostels, begs the officers to take her products and use them to the boys or girls in the hostels of governments. So this she is doing since 4 to 5 years. Since 4 to 5 years, this is a practice of, she has been enabled with the solar intervention. This is one of the example. Second is one of the person who is milking with the machines, solarized machines for milking machines. He has got bigger HF and Jersey cows. His production is increased. His production has been increased, definitely. He has from 2 to 4 to 5 cows, 10 cows. Number of cows has been increased. Where he has to sell that product. This is second point. Another person making a papad, that is also intervention from solar. This I am telling from a same district. These intervention from the same district, from the central part of Karnataka, where the rainfall is around 400 to 500, less than sub-Saharan rainfall. It's Chalkere, by name Chalkere or Chitrurga if you can call in a. So another person who is making papad, now he is making papad more. Where that has to be given? His production has been increased. But the consumers in that area, they are limited. It may be 100, 1,000. It has been limited in that place. Another place, they are growing vegetables, organic vegetables, and they may be having a cold storage also. They will store for 1 week, 2 weeks, a month. Then where they have to sell? Who are the consumers? The consumer base has to be increased. So we thought of an idea. This is a pilot base, still in a pilot base. We want to gather all these things, put them in a single window system, open up a market at the Asian Highway 47. This is just 2 kilometers from the place, Chitrudurga. It's an Asian Highway 47. If you bring a market there, if you can join all the persons there, definitely it will be a pan-India market. They were having the market at Sunday, every Sunday they had a market at a local market every Sunday around 8 p.m. to 1 o'clock. It was like limited market, a limited number of consumers. So we are thinking of bringing them to the Asian highway now. If at all, we can bring that market in a single window system, and if we can trap a 0.5% of that logistics or the persons moving in the highway, it's more than enough. So we can increase their income level also, and we can add up more persons from different angles. It may be horticulture, it may be agriculture, it may be veterinary and poultry. So this is how we have to think over and catch up the consumers and increase the consumer base and link them to those champions. So that's what the need of the hour is.
Innovations in marketing.
Yeah.
Say. But tell me, you have been, in the DRE space, and particularly with SELCO, doing a lot of customization innovation. And there has been a journey of at least 10-15 years. Have you, what Hibato is raising, had similar experiences of localization challenges, the issues around course correction, collecting the feedback from the farmers, and either able to do something about it or not able to do something about it? What has been your experience in this whole journey of?
Like my experience personally, we are spending more time on Google than with people. It might be. Let us make it 50-50. 50 in Google, 50 with people. Definitely, the percentage of failure will be reduced. What my experience is, definitely. Since 7 years, I am with the SELCO Foundation, and it's my pleasure to be with the foundation. And like many ups and downs are there, many failures. I have seen many failures personally. But what I think is that we have to be with the people, experience their difficulties, experience their issues, then come out with a number of choices before them, not before us, not before the panel, not in between four walls. Let us bring them before them, 1, 2, 3, 4 options. Let them choose. Let them select those things. Let them fine tune. Then we will act according to those things, and we will implement those things. That's what my experience.
While it's quite tempting to look into, from the policy and program making point of view, look into the established opportunities, but was just wondering how if you guys are also looking into alternative ecosystems, value chains. For example, yesterday we had camel milk cheese, so you have a fairly big population of pastoralists in lowland. Are there initial strides in looking into pastoral value chains or other alternative value chains, and or the possibilities?
When we are talking about the value chain, one of the things is value addition, and the technologies that we are promoting as I said, solar dryer and cooling system as part of the value addition, so that they can have at least longer shelf life for their produce. On the other side, let's say in dairy sector in Ethiopia, we are having the Orthodox Christians are, have the lion's share, and the fasting time it's like 200 something days as a fasting time, where people are not taking milk, any dairy products, animal foods. This is one of the challenge for the dairy sector to grow, and also for other poultry and things. So, but it's imperative to have a technology. At least the farmers can process their product, and then having for longer value, longer shelf life, so that they can sell it after the seasons. And these are also something that we are looking at. On the other side, when we design our projects, we're really looking at where can we make our impact bigger? Is it worth to start in a place where there is no intervention at all? Or is it where there is, because we cannot do everything. We have a scope, we have a project period, we have a resource limitation, and from the expertise perspective also, our expertise is also in a certain area. So this is something that we had to look at, like what kind of projects or programs do we have? Like we're having numbers of agriculture projects and number of water projects. From the agriculture projects, we have horticulture and dairy, which are very prominent in our project implemented by SNV. So when we pick our value chain, we purposefully pick dairy and horticulture because the agronomy, the agriculture practices and other things is handled by other projects. So we inject our energy intervention, as enabler to support, to maximize the impact as a whole. So the value addition is one thing that we have been focusing on, and these other renewable energy, PUE technologies. So this is how we have been working on. The other thing is also, as you said, we have a kind of, there are looking at the whole system. So what do we mean by like systems change? How can we make the system works? What is the local situation looks like? So how can we make a change? How can we make an impact on the overall system? Is something that we had looked at. And this is where we pull up all potential, system actors together, discuss, and then learn from them their difficulties, and then ask them, as a project, what can we support? Then they can also be a solution, part of the solution. It's not just like us. For instance, just to mention one thing, we had a platform where we invited contract farming actors, cooperatives, and financial institutions. And then we were discussing about the two value chains. The financial institution, majorly the microfinance institution, what they told us is, there is a huge potential, we know, but because we really don't dare to go there because we feel that there is no market. So what we asked them, okay, how can we support that you can jump into this so that you can have a financial product to support these technologies, to be implemented? Then what they told us is work on the market part, create a market, and then knowing that we can jump in. On the other side, what they mentioned is that, there are experience from, before. There is a kind of a thinking that whenever farmers are, informed, there is a risk, a kind of, credit guarantee kind of injection from NGOs and things like that. They've been informed indirectly. So they know that one way or the other, whether they're paid back their loans or not, the money has been, this credit guarantee things is already with the financial institution. So they don't, their people even don't bother to get back their money because anyways they are having that money. So what they advised us is be on the, on the back chair. Don't be on the front chair. Just take a facilitation role, connect the microfinance, the supplier, and the end user, but us, just like a facilitator. So all those small things that we are injecting into the market should not also, affect the overall market system. So this is how we have to really think so that we don't really jeopardize, the overall system. So this is how we are thinking, and this is how we are implementing our project.
Broadly, what they talked about the financing part of the ecosystem. If you could share some experiences of the community, because you've been designing programs and implementing them, the community part of the puzzle, and how the adoption is either a promise or a challenge, and what really is happening with your interventions.
Yeah, so what we saw with our implementation, we're doing a few pilots with SELCO on dairy and poultry as well. With dairy, what we saw was shocking. We saw changes in the first few weeks or so. We were piloting a solar milking machine. And one of the farmers we work with, he gets 1 to 3 liters of extra liters of milk per cow per day, just because he used that solar milking machine. And not just that, but he's also cutting labor costs because he used to hire people to do the milking by hand. But still the challenge is there are no finance products for PUE solutions. And adding them to agriculture, which is riskier, it will become unfeasible for MFIs and banks to engage with that as well. So the challenge we're seeing now is enough finance is not going into for farmers to purchase these solutions, even though they see the value add it has, even though they see their increase in productivity. Even we spoke to some of the community members when we went to visit the farmer we're supporting. Everyone was very excited. I mean, the numbers show for themselves. We don't even have to sell the solution as a solution for them. But still, it's not financially viable for farmers because they have to pay for the technology upfront, which most of them don't afford. They're living on a daily basis, particularly smallholders. They have 1 hectare of land. So their production is not actually for the market. It's for them to eat and then sell to the market. So if the finance side is not solved and if we're not giving them enough room to move to increase their productivity, it's not going to be adopted. It's that simple, because ultimately it doesn't make business sense. If I was a farmer, I wouldn't do it. So we can't really blame them for not adopting these technologies. We just have to work to make sure the ecosystem supports their efforts in that regard.
So finance for end user is one critical aspect. What's happening on the finance for end service provider? Do you see any initial policy strides on enabling a local micro entrepreneurship ecosystem, which will be the end service providers, be it sales or O&M, and the driving the ecosystem on the ground? Do you see something on that front?
Yeah, the financial sector as a whole is in a crunch. So even commercial producers, they have trouble getting loans because banks' liquidity is still a major challenge in Ethiopia. And there was a recent civil war, which is also calming down now a bit. So our economy took a hit. And it's very hard for us to blame the financial sector also, because they're also in a challenge. So what we can do here is we shouldn't try to solve everything, which is also a problem with the development sector as well. We need to be strategic in picking what interventions we should go into to make sure they have the highest level of impact. He was also touching upon this earlier. We have, with my colleagues, we have a core value, which is to be strategic at all times. We can't do everything at once. We're not gods. So we need to pick which areas we're going to push into so that we can have the ultimate level of impact in that sector. The reason why poultry is also interesting for us is when we talk about chicken meat and eggs, we're ultimately talking about farmers that produce the maize and the soybean that goes into the poultry feed. So by impacting or increasing the supply of chicken meat and eggs, you're impacting the 10 million farmers that are producing maize, the 500,000 farmers that are producing soybean just in Ethiopia. So by being strategic in our approach, we can actually have multiple impact and use our resources efficiently.
How did you deal with this during early adoption and still the finance, which is perhaps always the, the most critical aspect. End users adopting, not adopting because of finance, access to, because you've also been on the banking side. And more than access, the confidence of the end user. We have so many stories from Western Rajasthan or Western part of India where the programs were there, subsidies were there, all of that was there, but even the giants like NABARD, they failed to, connect, and they, defaulted on making those.
The word subsidy itself is a big threat to finance. You see, a person is very much, he will be doing some business or entrepreneurship. He needs some finance. And in Karnataka, the financial dependency is compared to other, I don't know about other states. Here it's very much simplified. For example, in my department, I got some n number of subsidies to different products. For example, we give subsidies for seeds, we give subsidies for inputs, it may be chemicals, it may be pesticides, it may be biofertilizers. We give subsidy for sprinklers, it is 90%. We give subsidy for drip, it is 90%. We give subsidy for entrepreneurs under PMFE program for putting about self-entrepreneurs up to 2 crores. And it's a back-ended subsidy. So there are many subsidies. But one thing we are failing is, we are not following it up. We give the subsidy, we forget it. But how the product is, what the product the consumer needs, and how it should be linked. Again, the market comes into the picture. We are failing there. We are failing in linking the market with the end user or the consumer or the farmer. If we were we can link the farmer directly to the end user or the consumer. So there we are doing that. We can create the wonders, because middlemen are taking upper hands in these things. For example, a farmer grows onion, a farmer grows grapes. Let us teach them how to process it. Let us teach them how to make it a resin from the grape. Let us keep it. Let us export to the country where there is no grapes. Let us export it or sell to the place where there is no grape. We have to bring this awareness in the farmers. Not that giving just subsidy or financing is over. There should be some hand-holding thing in order to connect that linkage. Because we have financed many consumers or many end users. We have to link those things. One is growing a banana, one is growing onion, one is growing mango. Let us link them. Let us teach them value addition. Let us teach them what quality the consumer needs. Let us upgrade the skills. This is what needed, because subsidy or finance is not a matter nowadays. The only thing is how you take up that finance and how you deal with that finance.
Alternatives, hopes, ideas, and probably the approaches. So we are now talking about so many alternatives, value chain based. There are concerns which you all have raised, ranging from adoption to financing. Ideas are aplenty. We have seen in the last 2 days as well. The people, the champions, are there specific strategies you are following to mentor, to bring forth the people who could, take this on and, commit their time themselves? What is, do you see a growing space, through policy making and then people who are claiming that space through better skilling? What's happening? Do you see more people getting engaged, interested in this?
I'd like to say there's hope. So everything we're doing now, it's showing us that at least the people that we work with, and I'm coming to the champions idea here as well, half of the work you do is determined by the people you work with. So if you find good people, so we'd like to say good people in precise. These people are good at what they do, and they're also good at in their hearts. So you've seen them in the panel yesterday. Jonas, you've seen him he works in solar and technology production. And if you find his type of people that are willing to work towards the same goal as you, everything you do becomes easier. So what we're doing now with our pilots, with the farmers we work with and everyone, we're trying to find those people that are willing to work with us to change, to bring change and to make the ecosystem work for the smallholder farmer.
Just to add on what Ikram said, the champions are at all levels. Yes. So we have to look at, we have to create a platform where we can bring on board all these potential champions. So one thing is that, which will take us to that way, is being, talking to each other, sharing information, knowledge, and also the key thing is the young generation that are in the higher learning institution as well as in the high schools. They have to look at the technology. This is how we can think. This is how we can promote innovation. Why we are really struggling with, a technologies that's old for 15, 20 years without any, improvement, because the innovation parts that we are thinking that encourage the champions to jump in is not really well addressed. So that's one of the education systems that we are having. So how can we contextualize our education system? The knowledge products that we are developing should gear into that also, so that it can be understandable to, to those, high schools, elementaries, and also at the university level, working with research institutions in collaboration on those technologies that we are promoting, sharing, those information, and then translating into, the curriculum. That's also another thing that we can think of. The other thing is, in our project, we are having the innovation fund component, where we attract, different actors in the value chain. It can be innovative finance, it can be technology, it can be even market approach, different kinds of things that we use that to, to bring on board these brilliant ideas so that we can integrate it into our project activities. So this is something that we really have to look at. The things that we are having, in other countries, in Kenya and Uganda, can be also, a good learning for us. The innovation fund that we had in all the 3 countries is also something that we can adopt from one country to the other. Having this cross-country learning between, countries is also something that we really emphasize on, and then, sharing things. But I would like to really emphasize, let's contextualize our knowledge products so that it can be seen, it can be heard from different angles, so that we can get champions from all levels, from policymakers, from implementers, and from grassroots. So all these are champions, so that where we can create a platform for them to jump in.
Last question, Maltesh, we'll start from you. In the broader context of extreme climate variability, disruption in agri-value chains, what is your hope for the next 3 years? Where do you see interventions in your areas? Part 1 of the question. Part 2 is, what is your commitment going to be in achieving that?
For coming next 3 years, let us focus some of the areas which are like need-based areas. For example, millets. Let us choose some areas where millets is really growing, where is a hub or it's a bowl of millets. In another area, there is some water crisis. Let us choose that area. Make some groups. Let us focus on somewhere. We don't want blanket recommendations or blanket things doing on. Let us focus on some things and let us start doing with those things. First of all, we have to do some data surveys and surveys in that area. Put some funds on surveying because we are failing there. We are not surveying, we are not collecting data and we are not pooling them. Directly we are asking 1 or 2%, then again going for implementations. We are not studying that area in a holistic manner. For example, agriculturist. A farmer is not only a farmer, he is an agronomist, he is an entomologist, he is a pathologist, he is a veterinary, he is a poultryman, what not. He is an educationist. So we have to see the farmer in this holistic approach. Then only we can have some good results or impact over that area. So one thing, and let us concentrate on FPOs and so self-help groups, and especially the self-help groups or FPOs where women are in a major role or in a pivotal role, so that whatever agriculture we are seeing, it's just a screen, but backdrop, women are playing more role in agriculture. But they are not in a decision makers in agriculture. What she has to show. But they are good marketers. They are good businessers. So let us make the program in a group wise or a cluster wise. It may be villages, it may be FPOs. So that we can see an impact in a larger way. If you go, for example, FPO, 500 to 1,000 members will be there. So you can see the impact in 1,000 families, not in one or two. So this one thing. And my concern is, let us start educating agriculture in schools. One of a pilot base has been started from Mangalore Chemical Fertilizers. They are teaching agriculture to students, 8th, 9th, 10th and PUC. Let us make them agriculturists for the next 5 or 10 years. Let us bring that agriculture is not a failure, because young generation is thinking that agriculture is a failure. They are not going for agriculture. Let us teach them that agriculture can be done, we can do wonders in agriculture. Let us bring those younger minds and teach them what agriculture, what next in agriculture and how best we can do in agriculture. So this is my major concern, because these champions, what are they are present, they will be for 5 to 10 years champions. And after 10 years or 15, who will be the champions? We want to create champions, more champions. That's my more concern about. So let us have some such type of pilot bases where we can have some school children or adopt some 1 or 2, 3 schools. Let us give them demonstrations or show them fields, how paddy is transplanted, how the weeding is done, how the plough is taken, what seeds has to be taken, what is soil, how the soil has to be tested, what is the reason that we have to test the soil. This has to be inculcated in these minds, these young minds. Then only we can see the future in agriculture. Otherwise, I am very afraid. Thank you.
I think you talked about millets. It's interesting to underline next year is International Year for Millets, and the year 24 is year for camel and camellets, and the next year 25 or 6 actually is International Year for Rangeland and Pastoralists. So this room has a lot of meaningful work which could be achieved in the next 3-4 years, where a lot of policy interventions, knowledge and financing also would be coming in. Next 3 years, hope and your commitment.
Well, with our energy team, we're planning to solar power 1,000 scalable demonstrations in the next 2 to 3 years. So we believe in setting your ambitions high and then working towards achieving them. But overall, in the development sector, it's quite funny because we're working to work ourselves out of a job. So if we're still, say now we said we're working in poultry, dairy, if the poultry sector still needs us to function in the next 10 years, 20 years, whatever we set our ambitions to, then we have failed. So hopefully our commitment is not to be useful for farmers and to make the markets work for themselves and to fix the gaps and then move out and watch the magic happen.
Wonderful, thanks.
Okay. I fully agree with what Ikram said. And coming 3 years, what I really hopeful is that to have more champions, you know, at different level, so that we can have a working system, so that what we have put on the ground now will be really well harvested sustainably. So this is the way that we are working on, and this is what we are looking for. And you know, on what we are having on top of the project that we are implementing, coming year we also will have a new project that will be closely implemented in partnership with SELCO Foundation. The same thing in the dairy and poultry value chain, introduction of PUEs. So that will also be really very much aligned with this, with what we have started. And it will give us a room, you know, to work on the systems. So the basic thing is having, you know, more champions on board. This is what I'm very much hopeful for.
Wonderful. Yes, you want to add something?
Because we have created many champions now. Let us gather those champions. Let us bring them to the, link them, market to the market, so that they don't feel that like production itself is not a goal setting. We have to sell those products. We have to increase the income level of the source farmer. So the next 3 years, my commitment is we want to create these a market linkage. These what are those champions we have been identified now, who are now already a champion. Let us bring them together, and depending on their stages, it may be horticulture, it may be agriculture or veterinary, bring them, pool them, and let us gear them up, and let us say that agriculture will not be a failure in the next 3 years, and let us link them to the bigger markets, so that they will definitely, they will have got a hope in agriculture, and although they have not gained so much from what are the intervention done, let them hope for the best for next 3 years and link them. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Yes, no, we are just opening for question. Yeah, we can take questions now. Questions or comments? Yes.
Hi, my name is Meena Vaidyanathan. I run a social enterprise called Niti. Thank you so much for your comments. Very valid points that you all raised about market access and what needs to be built. So we've been working fairly, closely on the ground, at least in India, with both, the mainstream corporate, the government, as well as the social space. I just want to, actually, it's not so much a question, but also some ideas, and perhaps for everybody in the audience for us to sort of think about. I feel like the market access issue, which is sort of overarching, which people have talked about since yesterday, is as much a logistics and a supply chain problem than looking at it in the marketing angle alone. And that's been our experience. So, like you rightly, sir, said about, when you're getting a grape farmer and not just providing subsidy or providing support to grow grapes, but also to sort of do grading or to go for value add products. Just training alone or informing alone, at least in our experience, has had limited success in terms of translating it into scale, impact at scale. Unless we solve the issue around logistics in a sustainable manner. So the idea of the marketplace that you got, or where you can sort of bring, how do people bring to one market? One, two, how do we ensure quality control in situations like that, which has an impact on sustaining this kind of market access, even if you are able to provide? Because there are several quarters where this market access is being implemented. So there are organizations that provide, both government and non-government, that are providing such situation, but they've also not been able to scale beyond a certain point.
Sure.
So just wanted to share this and see if
We'll
anybody wants to answer
this. We'll take a couple of more there. We'll take a couple of more and then you could collectively. We have very limited time, so request everybody to be very brief. We'll come to you, sir, after this.
It was very interesting, and Maltesh sir in particular, I am Ashwini. We are, Surya Nirbhar Agritech is our company. We basically develop power weeders operated through batteries, which can be powered by grid or solar. Few points that you touched upon, the real need is for the smallholder farmers. Do we have accessible, affordable, women-friendly machinery in the market? So that's what that is a problem we identified, and that's what we are trying to solve. Second thing, women farmers, as you mentioned, they are the ones who mainly take care of the farms, with holdings of 2 to 4 acres, majorly who grow pulses and vegetables and etc. And third thing that you stressed upon on the subsidy. So farmers, whether they know or not, it's helping them on they just ask if the machinery is subsidy enabled. That's the question we keep getting. So especially for the machinery, electric and battery operated machinery, today there are subsidy schemes, but there is a gap. There's no certification for such machineries. So these gaps, I don't know how far it will take to address these, or should we just go with implementing, scaling up. Though we try to make it affordable, the kind of thought process that goes with the farmers is why not get it in a cheaper rate? Why not get it in a subsidy-based schemes?
Yes. So, thanks. We'll take one question. Yeah. First you could.
Hi there. My name is Mugalu from Uganda. Coincidentally working with SNV on the SEFA project, looking to pilot supply of solar-powered milking machines. I just want to highlight what you mentioned earlier with issues surrounding farmers not being able to afford these machines and having to pay for them outright. My suggestion would be to look at production of these machines locally or within the East African region, for instance. So that we make them a lot more affordable, or looking to produce them at scale to benefit from economies of scale and make them a lot more affordable to the farmers. And is that something that you potentially have looked at or considered? And do you think it makes sense without compromising on the quality of the machines? Thank you.
One last question, and then, you have one. Okay, 1 and 2, and then we'll quickly have final round.
Hi, I'm Anil from SELCO Foundation. My question may sound repetitive. The specific question to the panels is, what are the strategies in your region by the government to mitigate this demand and supply problem? So we keep hearing that there's a farmers saying that there is no market to the product, and the buyers saying there is no products or agriculture products coming. What are the strategies, or is there any aggressive steps taken by the government departments to mitigate this? We know that in Karnataka and all India we have APMCs, which are not so helpful to the farmers in specific. The second question is how the government is helping the small-holder farmers to adopt clean energy-based agriculture appliances. What are the outreach activities or strategies adopted?
One last question there.
Hello sir, thank you for the wonderful presentation. So I'm Preeti, and I work with Urja Development Solution that provides solar powered irrigation, agro processing, as well as a cooling service. So last year we piloted 5 metric ton solar powered cold storages in Muzaffarpur district of Bihar for smallholder farmers. So we provide this solution to them without any upfront cost for technology acquisition. And but we realized that even after addressing the challenge of food loss, say 15 to 20%, as well as the financing issues. So all the things were taken into consideration, demand assessment were considered, but even after the deployment of this particular project, we are not seeing the utilization of the cold storage unit. So we kind of move this cold storage towards the market, so that this will be that could at least push the utilization. It will be easy for the farmers, especially cutting the transportation related issues. But though our customer segment kind of changed from say smallholders to traders, but still we are facing the issues with the say utilization. So how even despite addressing the challenges of what the smallholder farmers faces in terms of food loss or the income related perspective, so how we can increase the utilization of say all these DRE assets, even if you are addressing one part of the solution. Of course, for an organization like us, it won't be an easy thing to address the whole supply chain or the market linkage. So what an organization like Urja should do so that there will be an increase in the uptake of these PUE products. Yeah.
So questions ranging from financing to bulk procurement to local manufacturing. But I think what you asked, she addressed when she suggested local solution or localization of solutions, and when he said that let's listen to farmers more. But you're free to respond, pick to the 5 points or 5 questions which are raised, and also include your closing remarks with that.
Yeah, let me take on the local manufacturing question raised. Yes, PUE solutions are expensive and they're not very business savvy at the moment, in Ethiopia especially, because we're importing them and we have a huge forex crunch, which is not allowing us to move. Even though we know the value of these technologies, we're not able to import and implement them. So one thing we're doing, we have a program also in Precise, the solar assembly and manufacturing, which Abel is leading from our side as well. What we're trying to do is assemble these solar manufacturing technologies, the solar panels here. So the next best thing, rather than importing complete products, is to bring in the inputs or the smaller parts. Because with a little amount of forex, which we're running out of, we can import a bulk amount of inputs and assemble them locally. So this will also create technical know-how, because solar manufacturing is not very common in Ethiopia. So instead of going directly to that, we'll be building the technical skills of the workers there. We'll be creating jobs, expanding manufacturing, saving forex, utilizing our forex sources as well. So you can talk more with Abel, he'll give you details on that, but I wanted to highlight what we are doing in that aspect.
To the madam's question, it's a policy matter, whichever we have to bring the implements or a weeder, it's a policy matter. Once in a year they go for a rate contract where you have to participate through e-tender, and then depending upon the e-tendering, then you can come to a rate contract, and that can be subsidized. And if at all, it has got some, they have a panel from agriculture engineering side, they will see the quality and how best it helps the farmers, and based on that it will be taken to the rate contract and to the down below to the farmers. And some of the strategies of the government in order to have some crops or like that, one thing is ODOP, one district, one program they have done. For example, they have fixed some of the, for example, millets. Millets is going for Chitradurga, or mango for Dharwad. So like that, kolar for vegetables, silk for Mysore. They have fixed some districts, so that those districts, it helps the farmers in that district, so that they go for that production and thing. And another thing, we can't have the control of the farmers. For example, once the price of the onion rises, all the farmers in all the districts started growing onions. So we can't have like government, because since it's a democratic country, we can't have any strict rule or like that you have to grow. But and one another thing government is doing, they are giving some subsidized, or they are giving some, for example, if they grow for ragi, they grow some fix some price, for example, 2,000, 4,000 per hectare, incentives for those farmers. So like that, government has some of the strategies where in order to make some products, increase the production and distribute the products as per their climatic basis or weather. And another thing, madams, it's your question was on also, like, first of all, we have to look into the region. Like, for example, only one vegetable they might be using, and that vegetable period will be around 1.5 months or 2 months or 3 months. Let us have the area where the vegetable goes for 8 to 9 months. That's continuously, the area should be grown with a vegetable or, and alternative things. For example, dry chili powders or masala powders or banana ripening. So that can be converted into, that cold chamber has to be converted into different commodities, not only vegetables. You think of different commodities and diversified commodities, so that it runs around 80% of the year that has to be run. So please choose the areas, and the farmers, especially the FPOs, if you go for FPOs where they are going majorly for fruits or vegetables or drying the fruits. So that will be helpful for your projects or for implementation. Thank you.
Right, thanks. Yuvate, any reflection on the comments or questions, else your closing remarks briefly?
Okay. Ikram well addressed the the contextualized solution thing, so I don't want to go that. The other thing is about our government strategy on the promoting these technologies is like our friend Dr. Kabede has mentioned some of them in the morning session, which really indicated, the government's way on how to promote these technologies. But one thing which I wanted to highlight on that is like, there is an initiative, because the things that we are talking about is not only about one sector. Though we are talking about PUE and agriculture, it has also another sectors into it. So the government, let's say from the Ministry of Water and Energy, the initiative that has been started is to have a multi-sector platform where the agriculture, the Irrigation and Lowland Ministry, the Ministry of Agriculture, and the Ministry of Water and Energy chaired, and other development partners can also be, sit together and discuss on different thematic issues to create, a positive environment for the promotion of this technology. This has already been initiated, and we are part of the steering committee and as well as the technical committee, which will really give us a room to raise any burning issues, because we have the government actors with us, the private sector, and also as a development partner, as a facilitator, we are also sitting there. So we do all these things together. So this is a very good initiative that I found out, and which we really need to push and to read from each other closely. The other thing which I really want to mention as a conclusive remark is that our CEO, which has recently retired, has been in the development arena for more than 40 years in his endeavors. And he always saying that whenever we have a meeting, he always saying that he's an Ethiopian guy. Look, guys, we are very much privileged because we are paid for the work that we shouldn't be paid, We are changing people's life. And with the work that we are working, we are changing the people's life. And we are paid for that. So we are the most privileged people. So please use this opportunity, don't misuse it, and keep on, changing, working on the areas where we can make change on the people's life. And this is what he is always saying. And as, development practitioners, this is something that we always need to look at and capitalize. Thank you.
Wonderful ability to change. I think we'll stop now because we have to. I think we were. We started from clean energy, but we were able to keep the focus to farmers. And I feel that was quite a success for the panel. Every time the discussion came back to the farmer, there's a clear-cut requirement and need and opportunity for global South-South collaboration, knowledge, technologies, solution, practitioners. So we need to look deeper into those areas. Just one point I want to sort of leave you all with. Just in Africa, you have 700 million plus people without energy. In the global South, that is much more, don't even have data. But imagine either helpless or arrogant what it could do. The most important part would be humanizing the value chains. We know what has happened in the textile value chains in Bangladesh, or we also know what has happened in the tea value chains in Assam in India. So we need to think through how do we ensure the value chains are human. On that note, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Hebote, Ikram, Malitesh. Thank you, audience.
Thanks a lot to all our panelists and Anshul as well. So we'll break for lunch now. Lunch will be served at MDC building. Before we break for lunch, I'd like to remind you all that we have 2 parallel sessions from 3 to 4:30 p.m. The one in the auditorium would be on innovative financing models for solar PUE, and the one in the N classroom would be on solar for post-harvest loss management and agri-cooling. So hope to see you all at either of the sessions. Thank you so much. Hi, welcome back to all of y'all and hope you all had a good lunch. We'll move on to the last session for the day, which is on innovating financing model to unlock finance for solar PUE. To take this session forward, we would like to invite Mr. Thomas Polenka, Director, SELCO Foundation, who's the moderator for the session. SELCO India. SELCO Solar Light, I'm sorry. We would now also like to call upon Mr. Manoj, Regional Director of Agriculture, SKDRDP, followed by Ms. Alida, from investment banker from the Rwanda Development Bank, and also Mr. Tefera from the Sinki Bank, Ethiopia. We welcome you all. Over to you, sir.
It's okay. Come, Alida.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the last session on innovative financing models to unlock finance for solar productive users of energy. I have with me 3 panelists. I'll start with Alida. Alida is from the Rwanda Development Bank and looks after the energy portfolio in the bank. And just for the information of those here, the Rwandan Development Bank is the equivalent of our NABARD. So she is a very powerful person. So and then we have Mr. Manoj Meneses, the Regional Director of SKDRDP India. SKDRDP is, I think, the largest NGO MFI in this country, and I think a pioneer in energy financing, one of the largest energy financing institutions in this country. And then we have Mr. Tefera Tuji? Yeah, Tefera Tuji of the Sinke Bank from Ethiopia. The Sinke Bank was a microfinance institution that moved from being a microfinance institution to a bank now. And so on my panel, I have 3 very distinguished speakers and from different sections of the financial sector. So we have a microfinance institution that is as close to the rural populations and the populations that require solar productive uses of energy as possible. Then we have a bank that moved from being a microfinance institution to a bank, wherein they are also able to they had that grassroots touch. They've been in the sector for many years, and they've been doing financing for a lot of grassroots enterprises and individuals, and Tefera will bring in that experience. And then we have a development bank, the one who's supposed to be, getting all these microfinance institutions and the banking sector for development needs. So it's a fantastic panel. I couldn't have asked for a better panel. Just to set the context, I think yesterday we had Professor Sriram talking to us about asset financing, a really nice session where he took us through the history of asset financing in this country and the way asset financing is done. And we had panelists who basically spoke about the problems that they had when they were financing solar assets. And I think one thing that we've heard in the sector, and we repeatedly hear in the sector, is that clean energy equipment is costly and hence affordable. The high costs of clean energy equipment, be it for lighting, be it for productive uses of energy, or be it for any other energy required application, is considered high cost and hence unaffordable. And I basically believe that high cost and affordability have no relation to each other. Simply because, let's take any asset. Assets are expensive. If it is houses, whether it is cars, whether it is mobile phones, whether it is laptops, all assets are expensive. How many of us have not bought an asset, be it a home or be it a car, simply because it was not expensive? Because it was expensive, I think most of us have bought assets because they were expensive. It was beyond what we could afford out of the money that we had in our bank or out of the money that we had in our pockets. So what did we do? We went in for financing. And when we went in for financing, the banker, the financial institution and us actually discussed about what is the most affordable finance. So they took into criteria various aspects of how much can you pay, how old are you, what is your income, and all these aspects, and then said, okay, we can give you a housing loan of so many years and at such and such a % interest, and this is what you'll have to pay back monthly. Now, why is that when it comes to solar for productive uses of energy or solar for any other application, we tend to think of it as a short-term financing? I think the answer for ensuring that productive uses of energy can be financed is to start thinking of them as assets. And the moment we think of them as assets, then a lot of things will fall in place, because then we'll have to find out what is the affordability of the customer to be able to pay back. What is the income that they are going to make out of it? What is the interest rates for that? Because obviously you cannot charge, credit card interest on long-term loans. You have to charge long-term loan interest on long-term loans. And then you're then going to come up with a reasonable amount of interest. And how many of us have actually pledged, land somewhere or the gold that is in our house for our, taking a housing loan? None of us have. We have all pledged our, houses itself. The asset itself becomes the guarantee. And if further, because an old man like me, if I were to go to a bank, he would immediately say, I don't think you will survive the loan period. So we'll give you an insurance policy. So I take a life insurance policy, pledge it to the bank, and use that as my guarantee. So my home and a life insurance policy can actually become my guarantee for the loan. Now, why is that we don't consider productive uses of energy on a similar application? And I think the secret to making productive uses of energy financeable and to make these aspects affordable is to start thinking of them as assets in the hands of these people, assets that will create a difference in income. So having said that, let me go to the, the topic saying that how do we bridge this affordability gap? I'm again not talking of high cost, I'm talking of affordability. How do we bridge the affordability gap? And I think innovative financing is the key, because very often the financial sector, as we heard from many of them yesterday, they're not comfortable with the technology. They don't know the technology. They're not aware of what the technology can deliver to them. So what they are basically coming to us and saying is that how do we create innovative mechanisms? How do we make it more affordable? For example, if we were to, lend for one of those equipment that you see outside in the demonstration, then we are going to have a question saying that, okay, and the bank is willing to lend for say 5 years over a 60 installment period. What is that is missing? Is the bank not happy with the risk profile of the customer? How do we change the risk profile? The interest is too high for the installment to be viable for the end user. How do we reduce the interest rates to make it viable? Or if many of these banks want a margin money, is the margin money that is not affordable? How do we create some sort of insurance that can, stand in place of those margin money? And I think that innovative financing is what will be the de-risking tool that will open a whole new world for DRE-related financing for the poor across the world. And I think what we also need to very clearly understand is when we talk of the poor, when we talk of rural people, when we talk of people who can benefit from, the productive uses of energy, we tend to think of them as one single segment. The poor are not just poor. There are segments within poverty. There are people who can afford very small systems, the very poor. There are people who are, who live in abject poverty. There are people who are, reasonably well off and can be supported with some sort of a, financing mechanism. And I think we need to create such mechanisms. And I think that's the success of how we can do it. So now I think I'm actually talking beyond my remit, and I should be passing on the, mic to my panelists. And I'll start with a series of questions. I'll ask around 4 or 5 questions to them, and I'll ask them to answer that. And once we have the answers, then I will leave, and I'll open it up to the floor. You can also, I think we also have the code. I don't know if that still is valid for the Slido. You can use the Slido, or because we are not a very large group, we can even just take direct questions directly from the audience. So let me start. My first question to you, each of you, would be to tell us briefly about your organization. What do you do in energy financing, and if there's anything specific in energy financing that you have done for productive uses of energy, then I would be happy to hear from that. Yeah, let's start with you.
Thank you so much, Thomas, and thank you, SELCO, for this opportunity. It's actually, I think it's the first time that Rwanda has participated in anything related with SELCO, And we feel like it's really a huge opportunity for us, especially when it comes to the renewable energy market. So as he mentioned, my name is Alida, and I'm representing the Development Bank of Rwanda. And maybe to mention, it's the only development bank that we have in the country. And one of the main objective or mandate that we have as a country or as a bank is to avail products that are affordable. One of the challenges that you mentioned earlier, and also long-term, and also customized to the end beneficiaries. So the reason why we are saying affordable is because affordability has been one of the key issues when it comes to the, especially the renewable energy market, being it the technology or the cost of funding itself. So as a development partner, we feel like it's within our mandate that we avail financing that are cheap and also that can cater both, I would say, enterprise, small and medium enterprises, but also end users as well. So when I say about long term, as you rightly mentioned, we tend to consider that assets are only cars, house, yet there are other equipment that can be financed through long term as well. So we wanted to have a product that can as well cater for that challenge that we saw. I'll mention maybe one of the projects that we are currently implementing, but also customized. Meaning, I remember in one of the yesterday session, they mentioned standardized products. For me, I think I would look at a different way because depending on the category or the level and the need in each category varies. So reason why we feel that customized product will suit each levels. So in terms of product or project that we've done, so as you all know, Rwanda is very small. It's a small country and it's a locked country. And one of the initiatives that we currently have is universal access by 2024. And this is to be done through the grid, which is mainly hydro, more than 50% hydro, and also off-grid technologies. So meaning standalone solar home system to light household. So as a bank, we have a project where we support those renewable energy technologies. So briefly, the way it is done, it's as I mentioned, is aiming as electrifying the country, and it's target the end user beneficiary mainly with the low level income level. So in Rwanda, we have different categories depending on the level of income. One being the lowest, and two following, and three. So this project is aimed on electrifying mainly those categories of household. So the way it is done, it provides a subsidy to those categories because when we were implementing the project, as I mentioned earlier, one of the challenges that we faced was the affordability of the technologies. So we get to redesign the project so that it can cater to that challenge that we faced. So it therefore availed subsidy to the end beneficiary. However, those subsidy are currently dispersed to the, I would call the supplier or the SMEs that are importing the system to connect those households. So we do different financing. I will mention again. We also have other financing in the area, such as cold powered solar room, and clean cooking technologies, and other technologies in the energy sector in general. Thank you. I hope I wasn't long.
I'm not sure if that mic works. Can you just check that out? Yeah, so Manoj, coming to you. Can you tell us about a little bit about SKRDP and the work that you've been doing in energy financing so far in India?
Thank you, sir. Om Sri Manjunathaya Namaha. Eldrigu Namaskara. And my dear sisters and brothers, and who are sitting here in front of it, and my dear co-panelists. So SKRDP is being a NGO, and it's working in the entire state of Karnataka since 4 decades. And it works with the small farming communities and the landless laborers. It has organized almost 6 million families to form SDGs in the state of Karnataka. And it has almost disbursed 84,000 crores of rupees for the last 3 years. And still the amount outstanding is around almost 17,000 crores. So SKRDP is being an NGO. So it is working for agriculture and allied activities, women empowerment, de-addiction camps, community development programs, and supply of clean water drinking facilities, and of course, last but not the least, is the green energy. So the vision of SKRDP is to make each and every of its member to effort for the green energy and to end the poverty of green energy in the state of Karnataka. And as the SDG7 says, so affordable and clean energy. So we have, in fact, we have reached that SDG7, and beyond that, SDG7, affordable and clean energy at their farmhouse, at their farm gate or their doorstep. So we have done this. Since last 2 or 3 decades, we have almost reached 3 to 4 lakh families. We have availed the solar systems, and almost 8 lakh families, they have availed the eco-friendly cook stoves. Almost 1 lakh families have availed the other green energy amenities in their households. So SKRDP being as I told, so to make the green vision very clear, so it is taking care of providing the financial and campaign building programs. And it has outsourced many vendors from outside to supply these green energy products to the customers at their farm gate at a very, very affordable rate and very easier. So my entire green energy team, which lies in the field, so should I say that if you look the other side of the pyramid, my village level, the primary level worker, and above him the zonal worker, and above him the project office wise worker. So all these are involved in the dissemination of the green energy. So they provide the training to these families, and in turn we outsource the vendors from outside. So they come here, they come and train the farmers, train the members, and in fact again the scene 3, so SKRDP provides the financial facilities to these farmers, to these members. And in turn, should I say, in the turnaround time, if I take, during 15 days, starting from the day of training until the installation, it takes 15 days for a member to locate the unit. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Manoj. I think what we really need to understand, or what I thought I need to highlight from Manoj's talk, is that they've done more than 300,000 to 400,000 solar home systems. They've done more than 800,000 cook stoves, and they've, when I say done, I'm talking of finance. They finance more than 100,000 systems that belong to the livelihood categories. And just to inform all of you that SKRDP is also an Ashton Award winner for financing of renewable energy. I will now go to Tafera and ask you, Tafera, to tell us a little bit about the SINCE Bank and your activities as far as, if you have done anything in clean energy financing, talk about that as well.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. And I would like to thank SELCO Foundation and its team, and also Precise Consultants for facilitation to come to South House and to discuss on the POU system. And my name is Tafara Lachisa. I came from Ethiopia. I am working in SINCE Bank Share Company in Programs and the Stakeholder Relation Department as Manager of Program Management. Briefly describing what is Sinke Bank or working in energy. Sinke Bank is transformed from Oromia Credit Savings Share Company as microfinance. It is established on August 4, 1997, and it is working as microfinance for 24 years and a solid experience in microfinancing. And it transformed or relicensed on October 8, 2021, almost 1 year. And the reason for relicensing is to make providing a financial service more inclusive, as it is vision is saying that a leading bank in financial inclusion and transformation. So the need for transformation is, whereas microfinance, it is providing a limited services, some of the services are small micro loans, and it is not serving the international foreign currencies and some others. But most of the farmers are growing and then needing additional service from us, and it needs relicensing of the bank. And in addition, we are also seeking to serve the middle and the higher level corporate customers, and the relicensing is due to this. For the case of Sinke Bank means has a value as the name Sinke, which means socially responsible, as stands for socially responsible, integrity, innovative, nurturing, and providing quality service, efficiency, and about empowering youth and women. Sinke, that means it is culturally, it is a social power given to the Oromo women that is protecting the right of women and about coexistence, promoting coexistence and safeguarding. It is about stability and peace, which is included in the Grand Gada system. The bank is established to institutionalize these core values in service provision and working on the large population in the rural areas. In the last 24 years, it provided the loan around 16.6 billion for the rural farmers mostly, and from these, in 419 branches now currently it have, and the loan portfolio from the total loan portfolio for the renewable energy, it provided around 45 million. A little bit is, when compared to the other sector, it is low, but there is an attempt to provide finance for the solar energy and biogas and also cooking stoves. When providing this credit service for the farmers, it uses 3 loan modalities. As already it is known, it is one of the loan modality we are using is the group loan modality, which is organizing the communities 3 to 10 and group size, and the other is the micro and the small enterprises. Those micro and small enterprises are organized and are licensed to distribute the solar home system or productive use of the systems, and also installing the systems. Those are technical organized, those are professionally to install the system, and the other to produce also to some small scale. And through this, and the third one is individual. The individual loan modalities are also there in providing the credit service. The individual households come with some property assets, or we can feel some of the socio-economic profile of the farmers and what it have, and then based on that, we can provide the credit service for the farmers. When I have to continue to the challenges?
I can actually, I think that's a good place for you to stop, because I'm going to continue to ask you that. Now that you have moved from being a microfinance institution dealing with individual clients to a much larger institution that wants to deal both with individuals as well as groups and enterprises, what do you think are the opportunities that are there in Ethiopia for you both opportunities and challenges as Cinque Bank to be able to finance productive uses of energy?
Thank you. As when I start with as an opportunity, there is a lot of opportunity in Ethiopia. As yesterday also, some panelists also presenting, it is a certain sunshine in Ethiopia, and it is a solar system is very good and it can work well. And our population is, when we take, there are around 120 million population. Most of the population is in the rural areas. So in the rural areas, there is off-grid, and so there is high demand. As an opportunity, we can take as an opportunity to distribute the solar home system in the rural area. And we can say those are systems. And the other way, when we can take in Ethiopia, it is most of the activities or depends on agricultural activity, or around 70 or 75% is dependent on agricultural activities. So the agricultural or irrigation or solar drip irrigation or for processing, and we are in the agricultural, we can use the system more productive, and that is a big opportunity to distribute or to use the solar home system. So having this opportunity, but as a country, there are some challenges from this. Our practice, we financed the solar home systems. And some of the challenges is, as already we know, there is a market fluctuation on the product supplying of the solar equipment or renewable energy technology like biogas also. So overall, the fluctuation is affecting the market system, and it is unable to supply the products consistently. And the other is, there is a lack of coordination among the concerned stakeholders or the actors. So there is some challenges on that. And in the other ways, there is also the challenges and we face in practicing is, there is also the quality, lack of quality of the solar systems, or some of the solar systems maybe have less quality, below the standard, and or some of it is mixed with that. And so we have to, as already Makipa also mentioned, is that some of the financial institutions are not providing the credit service for the solar systems or the EPUs because of the shortage of loanable fund. As a country or overall, there is a shortage of or a liquidity problem, and that is a problem. And when we come to how we can come up with or the way to solve these challenges, and is one of the is improving the stakeholder relationships and have a good platform that have to be worked together to maximize the use of this solar home system. And as other things, the way to tackle these challenges is, if there is, we are also working with a development bank of Ethiopia, and which is taking a concessional loan from the World Bank, that is to solve the problem of shortage of loanable fund, and it provides with reduced interest rates for microfinances and banks, and so the microfinances provide the loan for the end users and also for the suppliers or micro and small enterprises. So the suppliers have to provide after-sales service also on the providing or distributing the quality service, and it to be good. And then the main thing is to provide the monitoring and the follow-up on the all distribution system and the implementation of the program.
Thank you, Tafero. Actually, moving from Ethiopia to Rwanda, what are the challenges and what are the opportunities that you see? One thing that I would like to point out what Tafera said is that the Ethiopian Development Bank has been supporting them. So based on the same theme, what as a Development Bank of Rwanda, what are the opportunities and challenges that you see in the?
So thank you very much. I'm really glad to hear that some of the initiative that the Ethiopia is doing, because we're also doing the same. I would say that maybe starting with the challenges are most common, and they've been highlighted in different session, either today or yesterday. So as he rightly mentioned, we have different challenges such as the ecosystem knowledge gap. And here I'm saying, I'm looking at the part of I want to focus on the financing part of it, because when I'll use the example of the project that we are currently implementing. When we implemented the project, one of the key challenges that we faced was that most of the PFIs in the country did not have any knowledge when it comes to renewable energy market. So based on that, they weren't willing to participate in that kind of financing. So knowledge gap is a really a key challenge. However, one of the things that we've been doing as a development bank, of course, we did awareness, and we try to involve them in the implementation of the project, and then I would say to boost their interest when it comes to those kind of transaction. But also another option that we opted for is that we piloted the project as the development bank. So the way we piloted it, we ensured that we had all the answers when it comes to because we knew what most of the commercial banks and MFIs and SELCOs requires when it comes to lending. So we were trying to find solution on each question that might be raised by a commercial bank. I'll give you an example. For example, if I'm an SME and I want to request for a loan, definitely one of the things that a commercial bank will look at the documentation that you're submitting. And we knew that most of the companies lacked the ability to have the project that are financially viable. So we therefore had, I would say, an incubatory program, or through one of the supporting development partners, where we would coach them in terms of the documentation that are needed by commercial banks, or in terms of how they need to present their project. That is one that we did. Secondly, we know that most of the commercial banks require collateral. We presented to them how the subsidy itself that companies will be collecting can be a receivable and then considered as collateral. In addition to that, as I mentioned yesterday, we were able to negotiate with SIDA, the Swedish International Development Agency, with a guarantee fund that provides collateral coverage to a certain percentage, meaning 50% to a male borrower and 70% for a female borrower, to boost the female gender-based transaction. And as well, on the end user as well, both the credit fund operate on the SME, but on the end user side. Because remember, the project, as I mentioned, is targeting the poorest of the poorest. So most of them couldn't afford the system itself. So the small amount that is not contributed by the subsidy, then they had to go through the small savings and credit cooperative to get credit from it. So we were training the SELCOs, the small savings and credit cooperative, to show them that you are giving, let's say, a portion, a loan, or let's say $10, compared to a system of, let's say, $100. So the system itself, it's enough collateral to cover the $10 that you are giving to the end beneficiary. So in short, that is what we were trying to do, but also coming on the opportunities that I see on the market in my country. I think we were discussing it earlier. In Rwanda, it's like everything is set. It's just for the project, like to have a project like SELCO to assist us in terms of implementing when it comes to PUE, because we have the regulation in place and the government is willing to support in any way that maybe we would need the engagement. And when it comes to the quality of the technologies, we have the standard bureau in place, and we also have the minimum requirements that are already known on technologies to be imported in the country. So we have different activities that are ongoing to ensure that when it comes to the PUE, we are ready to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Alida. In fact, to just reiterate what you said, when I came back from Rwanda, one of the first things that I did tell Harish and the global SDG team here is that, if you want a low-hanging carrot, a sure win, I think you should go to Rwanda. But anyway, yeah. So, Manoj sir, I think you should be the person to tell me how to overcome the challenges and how did you make use of the opportunities, having done more than 1 million systems, financed more than 1 million systems. You should be in a position to tell us what are the opportunities that you saw in the the solar for enterprise, not the home lighting system, but the solar for enterprise markets, and what were the challenges that you faced when you were financing it as SKDRDP?
Thank you, sir. As my friends told many things regarding the challenges they face. So every time when we come across a challenge, we magnify God rather than the challenge or rather than the problem. Similarly, SKDRDP has magnified the avenues and opportunities, so which can lead us into a very easier way to provide them better finance in a very, very easier way. So I will not say much about the challenges now because both of my friends have told many things about the challenges. I will just inform you regarding how we have overcome these challenges. Should I say one word? Beyond finance. So finance is one thing where we keep disseminating the financial products and all the other things. But beyond finance is, so microfinance is one side, and now we in SKDRDP, we have achieved to insurance and incentives and now pension also. Microfinance is the one stop. The second stop comes to the insurances and incentives and subvention, whatever you call, subsidies, whatever you call, and now the pension also. So these things have made us easier to go there. Before I come to that exact point, I just want to let you know the hierarchy that we follow in my SKDRDP. So I have a green energy wing in my SKDRDP. So it works like this. The primary level worker who sits at the village level, he takes care of about 25 to 30 groups at the village level. So again, the 8 to 9 villages come together to make one zone. And that zone is taken care by one supervisor. And say 7 to 8 zones again come together to make one block, or taluka, in my local language we call it as, it's a block. So 5 to 6 blocks, and each block is again headed by one project officer. And this again 5 to 6 blocks, one district. And 5 to 6 districts, one regional office. And 7 regional officers, my head office in Dharmasthala. So this particular network at the village level, grassroots level, makes me very easier to access those members, individual members. Because my village level worker, primary level worker, we call him as Seva Pratinidhi. Seva means service. Pratinidhi means representative. He represents the service. So provided by SKDRDP. At the village level, this particular Seva Pratinidhi, he is a localite, of course. He knows the entire biodata of each family. Where that family hails from, what is their problems, their internal issues, their financial issues, all other matters, how many children are there inside, how many are working, everything, these issues are known by the village level worker. So, as they told, training itself is a challenge. Training is not a challenge, in fact. To invite them for the training is a challenge. So, I have a training in this particular phase. So, at least I need 25-30 people, and I'm outsourcing a vendor from outside, and he's coming, say, SELCO people are coming there, or somebody else are coming there. So, to invite them is a challenge. But in my place, these village level workers, they make it easier to invite them for the training program. And after coming to the training, during the training process, what we do is the vendors, so example, my dear vendor is SELCO. Their people come, they are sitting here, they come there and do the demonstrations. And during the demonstration, after the demonstration, my animator who sits there in the demonstration takes one form. It is called SK21 form. It is my internal issue, of course. So it is a form for the filling of the loan. So that form is filled by my animator after the training. Say 5 or 10 people may opt their option to buy the product. And after that, during the next day, she does the individual home visit, who are all attended the training. So she will serve the tea or something else. You cannot just drink the tea and go, but you should do something. So during the second day, she will go to the individual houses and meet them and fill the application form. And this form is again verified by my supervisor, and it goes to the block office. And from the block office, it is verified by there. And we send an order file to the vendor. So we need so much of products from this block for this batch. They create a batch for this batch, and the order file goes to the vendor, and the amount goes to my head office from the block, and from the head office, the amount goes to the vendor, and the vendor sends me a response file. So within the turnaround time, if I say, within the span of, from the day of training until the installation, it takes 15 days for the entire process. So during this process, we find it very easy. So without any black spots, without any issues, without any hazards. So we send the list and the money to the vendor, and my dear vendor comes there and he does the installation of the units. So within a span of 15 days, this entire process closes off. And after the sales, so there is a hierarchy again. The vendor comes there and does checking of all the units in the that were installed in this thing. So before creating the second batch, we will not allow the vendor to supply the second batch, because the first batch should be cleared before installing the second batch, before creation of the second batch. If say 10 to 15% are remaining, again we'll go back to the first batch. So he has to install those things. And during this period, for the 3 to 4 weeks, we give a moratorium period to the member also. He need not have to pay any loan during that period, during the installation period, from the day 1 to day 14. He need not have to pay any interest or any repayment will not be there. So it's a moratorium period. After the 4th week, he will start. Because what we have seen, the challenge is, if the vendor get delays in installing the unit, or he does something awkward, so the easiest tool for the member is to not to pay the weekly installment. It's a very easy tool for them. They will say, no, we will not repay the loan. We will not repay the loan. So not only one member, the entire group and the entire federation. So entire federation comes against to, not the SELCO, but against SDG, because we have shown SELCO, not SELCO people have come and there. So we have introduced SELCO. So they come to us and they will tell us, so you have installed it, it's your responsibility. So that task is on my part. That onus is there on my part. I have to take care of that. I will see that, my team will see that. So the entire process will go very smoothly. There will not be any black spots. And we have certain, there will be risk monies, of course. We have some risk fund in my SKDRDP to overcome this. There may be some fraud or there may be some other thing in this thing. So we have that risk fund, and we have tagged a insurance policy to the loan amount. So there is the insurance policy called PRK, Pragati Raksha Kavach. So it is the policy of the Government of India, LIC. It's called PRK, Pragati Raksha Kavach, and the loan is tagged to this policy. The nice part of this policy is, if the borrower dies, whatever amount he has repaid will go back to the nominee, and the balance amount goes to the CC account of the group. So there will not be any problem. So, and this thing is, collateral is also very easy for us. Up to 1 lakh, up to 1 lakh rupees, the group is the security. And beyond 1 lakh, again we have introduced 2 LIC policies called Micro Bachat, and one is the Bima Jyoti, BM and MB, Micro Bachat and Bima Jyoti. So here we are encouraging both 2 things. On one part, by encouraging him to get a insurance policy, we are motivating him to for savings. And on the other part, it is the security for my loan. So both purposes are served in a single shot. So this is also, we are doing it. And interest subsidies are also there. Interest subsidies also there. So, but the interest subsidies are not for the entire state. Now recently they have come out with a new rule, new guidelines. It is for the entire state. So during the previous guidelines, so up to 3% was the incentive, and for the interest, and prompt repayment incentive was there. Now they have made a, now they have made a new policy for the entire state. Earlier it was for only for 8 districts. Now for the entire state, now they have made it. Now up to 3 lakh it is 4.5%, and 3 to 5 lakh it is 5%, irrespective of the loan outstanding. So we do not take any reserve fund as such normally. So these are the securities we have made for the clean energy program.
Manoj sir, keep the mic with you, because I was actually going to ask you that, since in the beginning of my talk I had mentioned that the de-risking instruments are what is crucial for us to be able to ensure that financial institutions are able to lend to these organizations. You actually mentioned a couple of very interesting things. One is that you're using group insurance or group liability to be able to sort of go through that risk, the first level of risk, for up to 100,000 rupees. Beyond 100,000 rupees, you have insurance schemes, and you're also using an interest subsidy. If you were to talk to your fellow financial institutions across Africa, microfinance institutions, other microfinance institutions in India, what would you suggest as the best method to be able to de-risk the measures that they have, and to be able to create affordable products for the end user?
Yeah. Yes, sir. So as I told, group is the ultimate security for any loans. Group is ultimate because they take all the onus on them. Because we have seen that in our field work, during the field works. So group is the ultimate security, and beyond 1 lakh that I told, the amount told. So the insurance is the best policy. Insurance is the coverage of insurance. Other things we have tried, but they're all in vain. But now insurance, since you have seen, so we encourage them to promptly pay the premium also. For that also we provide the microfinance for the premium payment also. And of course, these 2 policies, Micro Bachat and Bima Jyoti, so they are the ultimate policies released by my LIC, the Government of India. So we can go for it.
Thank you, Manoj sir. One thing that what I got from Mr. Manoj's presentation is that as a microfinance institution, you're lending to your end customers. You're helping them support the risk, but simultaneously you're also increasing your business by getting into insurance activities, and ensuring that you're lending more to the people because of the fact that they are now using your money to invest in insurance. So I can't think of a better model where you're getting the customer to pay you money to ensure that your risk is coming down. Mr. Tafera, going to you, what do you think would be de-risking mechanisms that we could use in Ethiopia to be able to ensure that more financing happens as far as the end customers for productive uses of energy is concerned?
Okay, thank you. There is some experiences in de-risky instruments or in financial products. too easy for the poor and underserved pupils. Some of the we are using is with working with development partners and allocating the revolving fund. For example, when we take Christian Ethiopia, is working with women-led sustainable energy for enterprise and for the enterprise, and it provides the revolving fund, and we can provide the loan for the enterprises and for those are producing some of the cookie stoves and some of the solar shop distributors and installers. So they also provide some compensation or covering the cost of for the end users. We reduce the interests for the end users, and so the development partners can play their role in reducing the interest for the end users. And the other thing is we also receive the loan from the development bank with a concessional loan or long-term loan, and then we can provide the loan for the end users as much as possible with fair interest rate for the end users, especially for micro and small enterprises. It is a lower interest rate. Also the government can privilege them and to the micro and small enterprise to produce and distribute and creating a job more. By the way, the solar PUE system is also creating more job for the youth and the women also. So the de-risking mechanisms we are practicing in Ethiopia, mostly using some of the concessional loan with low interest rate, and then the other is with development partners supporting the credit service, and then we can reduce for the interest rate for the end users. And the other is in the group loan modality, as already mentioned, we use the insurance system. There also we can use that insurance, and we can't ask any security for the group loan modality for the to finance the end users.
Thank you, Tefero. Alida, I know you mentioned subsidy right in the beginning, saying that you are supporting your end customers with a subsidy so that it becomes affordable for them. But going beyond BRD, if you were to able to talk of the Rwandan market in general, what do you think would be the ideal de-risking mechanism that we could bring in to push productive uses of energy?
Yeah, so I 100% agree with what he mentioned. Definitely we need to work with the government, the development partners in sourcing affordable and concessional loan through reduced interest rate or subsidized interest rate or even patient capital. But also one other element that was mentioned earlier is having assembling facilities in local countries, because then it will have an impact when it comes to the cost of the system, and once you have an assembling facility in the country, then you reduce to some of the costs that you were to incur when importing, because we know all of these systems coming to Africa are imported. So I strongly believe that having those facilities will also impact when it comes to the cost of the technology.
Thank you. I'll go to you, Manoj sir. And you had mentioned that SKRDP is really looking at beyond financing. And I really want to understand that, okay, interest rates, reduced interest rates, subsidizing, reduced capital costs, longer term is all, things that we can do to promote, the affordability of the system. But if we were to go beyond the designing of the financial product, are there any other interventions that you feel that are needed in the ecosystem for energy-based financing of PU? Alida had spoken about a little bit, other aspects as well, but coming from the Indian experience, what do you think would be needed for across the ecosystem for energy-based financing? or energy financing, energy, what we generally call energy plus health, or energy plus livelihoods, or energy plus education? What do you think would be the other factors that are required going beyond financing?
So apart from the eco-friendly cook stoves or the solar home lighting systems, so now we are recently entering into solar livelihood products. Yeah, solar livelihood product we have seen now. So we are more with the vendors, so like that. In fact, so for example, the roti making machine, or the milching machine, or the solar pumps, and some more other things, which are insect trapping machines, fertilizer application machines. So like that, we are also looking into. So besides these solar lights and the eco-friendly cook stoves, for the last 3 or 4 years, I think we are with them. In fact, we started with the roti making machine on the photocopier or like that. Now we are more with those livelihood products. So the thing is, these livelihood products, for example, say solar pump, so it costs little higher. It is on higher side of the rate. So the initial investment is a big task for us. So the easiest thing is, if the vendor can provide us, so we are in touch with them. So if the vendor can provide us at a better or best rate for this thing, so definitely it can be moved in. So now the milching machines and we are the blower we have seen now for the blacksmith. So we used to make harmful life always. So that blacksmith blower is there. And other things are also coming now. So the insect trap is also coming. So such things we are encouraging in the beyond this thing. But more than that, in the field of agriculture, as I told, so the insect traps and the fertilizer application machines, and these things are very encouraging.
Okay, thank you. Alida, can you tell me what you think you need beyond the financial sector? What are other aspects that you think can help improve the productive uses of energy financing?
Thank you. In Rwanda, when you mention the energy sector, the only thing that comes on your mind is hydropower plant, methane, and it's the only, I would say the only items that come to your mind. So I think there is a need of ecosystem engagement, being financiers, being enterprises, being end user, being policymakers. So we really need to have engagement and coordination so that the whole ecosystem is full. So that if an end user knows the technology, then and want to acquire a technology, as a banker, I should be able to understand that technology and then be able to finance it, instead of me not knowing it. And in terms of the quality of the technologies, we should have the right standard measures in place so that at the end of the day, the end user is secure that the technology that is taking is reliable and is also of good quality. So secondly, I think one of the things that has been good for us is incubator program. As I mentioned, the renewable energy market is a bit new for us. So even the companies are very new when it comes to the market. So having this program, it will not only make the work easier for finance institution, but also for the SMEs themselves, because they'll be able to, they'll learn a lot from this program, but also they'll position themselves in the way that they can attract even other donors not only on the local level, but also on the international level. Thank you.
So 1 minute. So can I add one?
Please.
Sir, I was just, as Madam told also, so if I say, if these beyond finance implements or the instruments which are there are useful for the farmers at the farm gate, if they are available at the farm gate for a small farmer, so who can afford to buy these implements? Since now we have seen that we have implemented one program called Custom Hire Service Center, where we shelf seed to seed implements and we provide at a nominal rent to the farmers. Because most of the farmers cannot afford to go for these implements of the high rate or the high rentals outside. So we are providing them at a very nominal rate, at a very affordable rate at his farm gate. So similarly, if the vendors or the service providers can think of, and even they can divide also for the farm and the non-farm sectors also. For the farm sector, say, at the farm gate, say for a small farmer is having an holding of 1 acre or 2 acres, 3 acres, who cannot afford to buy a new machineries because of the high price. So we can think of providing very small implements which run on the solar energy. So from the seed to seed, like from the starting from the plowing and the planting and the pesticide sprayers, de-weeding, harvesting, post-harvesting. Until that, if we get these machines are taken care of by the solar companies, so at an affordable rate, small implements for the small farmer, individually he should afford to buy it. This is the farm sector. And non-farm sectors, now we are seeing here, like the milching machine is there, rope making machine is there, and for other like beekeeping or the poultry farming or the rearings of some animals, and similar of the agri-based industries or the agro industries, if you can afford to get more implements which are affordable by the small one, so he should be, see now we have seen in northern Karnataka, now they are going for the roti making machines and red chili powder making machine, sambar making machine, all those things. They are individual, they are buying the hullers, etc. So if we can think beyond this, definitely the farmers need not have to go for the machines which fetch high price at the market, or nor he can go for a rental also. At the farm gate itself, he can use for himself, and definitely you can think of it.
Thank you, Manoj. Tafera, if we've heard from Alida saying that she would like to have a greater amount of awareness and ecosystem and stakeholder engagement, also incubation of enterprises, so that the number of enterprises and the capacity of the enterprises are further increased. We've had Manoj talking of making technology and technology innovation available at the farmer level, directly accessible at the farmer level. Now, beyond that, and I also know by the fact that there has been some activity going on with SELCO Foundation and SELCO Foundation's partners in Ethiopia. What recommendation would you have for the global SDG7 hub to say that, okay, these things that you can do in Ethiopia can actually boost the market for productive uses of energy in Ethiopia? So you could say the same things, you could add on something more if you feel it is there.
Okay, thank you. For the beyond the financing for the renewable energy or energy for POU, financing energy is to meet the climate resilience or green climate economy strategy. That means for protecting the environment. When you are financing not for a POU, that means we are increasing the agricultural productivity in other way. That means, for example, or natural or organic products we can get. When we can take some of the renewable energy technology biogas that we can produce with bioauxiliaries, and the bioauxiliaries can produce with the farmers with organic fertilizers. And in the other case, also it can help the farmers. They can save their time and energy by using this technology, and they can improve their healthy. So with Fabrica, we can implement some of the maize chiller, sorghum threshers, and some small products we practiced. So I hope by intervention in this area, and as government also give due attention on this, and all development partners participate, and we can create more job opportunity for the rural youth and the women. I'm going to say this.
Thank you. One question, you have Prashant sitting right there. So if one thing that you wanted him to do as the next step in Ethiopia, what would you want him to do? Catch him, he's right there. And we'll get him to promise right now that he will do it as well. Yes, okay. He's from SELCO Foundation. So,
for me, I need to see in Ethiopia, we are, as already mentioned, there are a large population is living in the rural area, and we need a synergy of some different stakeholders to work on the solving the problem of the rural areas. So there has to be a capacity building on solving some the disconnection between the stakeholders concerning of to work together.
Look at him and talk. He's the one who's supposed to be doing it. Yeah, but thank you. I think that is answered. So Prashant, you know what you're supposed to be doing next. You need to build stakeholder capacity to be able to support productive uses of energy. Okay, now coming back to you, Alida, because I hear Tefera keep saying that, okay, you know, our development bank does this, our development bank does that. Now, I'm sure as a development bank, you also want the financial sector, be they the banks or the microfinance institutions, to, you know, do something that makes this whole thing possible. So I'm going to ask each one of you, because each one of you represent a different segment of the financial sector, to say what the other two should do for you. So I want you to say what you want the microfinance sector to do for you, and what you know, want the banks to do for you. Manoj, I want you to say what you want the development bank, NABARD, to do for you, and you know, the commercial banks like the Syndicate Bank and the Canara Bank to do for you. And you should be able to say what is that. You already said what you want the development bank to do or what they're doing, but further, how could the microfinance sector, other microfinance institutions in Ethiopia be able to support you? So we'll start with Alida.
Thank you. Before I answer that question, can I also give him a request?
Oh, yes,
Yes, so can we have maybe, as I mentioned, affordability is an issue. So can we work together in a way that we could have a fund in place that is there to support the PUE solutions? Because currently what we have is only on lighting. So if we could have something to support any other solution in that area, then it could really support us. So
I'll actually
hope it's doable.
I'll take the onus of that. I think we were very recently in Rwanda and Uganda. I met you also during that visit, looking at creation of such a fund for the two countries. And I'm hopeful, very, very hopeful, that we should have something at least by mid-2023. And hopefully we should, you know, BRD would be one of the largest partners in the program. But yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So to answer to your question, definitely as a development bank, we really need to collaborate with MFIs, commercial banks, SELCOs, because we are limited to the ticket size. Like for us, we can't fund any amount that is below $50,000 US. So definitely we need commercial banks and the participation of MFIs to support us. So in supporting us, we need to have customized product when it comes to the PUE solution, because we can't treat them the way we've been traditionally financing. So we really need to look at it different, since we already have different, I would say, the risking instrument that we mentioned in place. So we should also look at it differently, and then support either the end users and support the SMEs that are not able to be financed by development bank. Thank you.
Thank you, Alida. I think you know, the responsibility is very clear. The development bank will do it, but ultimately the reach is with the microfinance institutions and the commercial banks, and it's your responsibility to take the money from them and then extend it to the last mile so that they are able to do it. Manoj.
Sir, in fact, we are BCBF to 5 banks, 5 nationalized banks in the state of Karnataka. So we are there for the last 1 decades. We have not found much challenges with them, in fact. So the main thing comes there. So they provide the finance through to the SDGs through us. So, but the recovery part lies on us. So we have to get the recovery part from the members. So if we fail in recovery, so they have a big seizure with them. So they go for these things. So that is one challenge for us. So that the recovery part which is there from the NGO side can be taken care of by the bank. So it can soften the things. So that is one thing. And the second thing is while submitting the documents also, there is a challenge for us. We have to submit a lot of documents to the banks. But nowadays, since so it is being digitalized everywhere, so we are not finding it very difficult. Earlier, for the last 2 or 3 years, so we used to fill many forms. If in some forms, if there is a one small mistake also, it will be rejected. Again, you have to go back to the bank, get back the application form, refill it, and again submit to the bank. So by that time, my member got upset, and so on and so forth. The other things would happen in the field. So these things were there. Now it is almost digitalized now. So the loan application form which I told just now, SK21, now it is also being digitalized by us now. So everything is digitalized now. So there is no much work on the paperwork now. Almost paperless work, not less paper. It is almost paperless work now. So that is the good part. And the banks are also supporting us for the same purpose. And regarding NABARD, should I say, so NABARD can help us a lot in this thing for the green energy. There are no much schemes or projects in NABARD for the green energy. So it is the tailor-made project which we have to submit to the NABARD. Most of the time it is get rejected by the NABARD. So they say, no, it is not feasible, it is not viable. So by stating those reasons, they reject the projects. And they are more with the agriculture-based project rather than the green energy-based projects. And of course, they are with the environment also. So for the 1 decade back, we have done one project with NABARD based on the water savings in the agriculture. We have done the SRA method of paddy cultivation. But apart from that, after that, so they don't have much products on this thing. But they go for, there is one scheme in LED called LEDP, Livelihood Entrepreneurship Development Program, LEDP, in NABARD. So in that, particular training, so we can create a training to provide that training to the members for the green energy. In fact, we have done one with the help of SELCO in Hassan district recently. But I don't know, should I say it a failure or success, I don't know, but we could not reach the set goals. So they also didn't much worried about these trainings. So NABARD can intervene more in these trainings and support for this thing. So even though it is tailor-made also, so that is the one thing. So NABARD itself can create new projects on green energy. There is MNR is also there. So it is also providing some support to but it is not available for all the members. That is also there. So we are worried. Actually, we were discussing with SELCO also. We have done so many home lighting systems, livelihood almost 10,000 home lighting livelihood systems, and inverters are there, solar water heaters are there, livelihood are there, home lightings are there. But we could not get a single rupees from these institutions for this thing. For this purpose, SKIDIB, we ourselves are giving subsidy to the member from our pocket. See, of course, it is a loan-based grant that is SKIDIB is providing to these members. So it is 5% or 10% of the loan which will be provided to the members.
Thank you. Tafera, I know you mentioned something about the development banks, but other MFIs and other, the Development Bank of Ethiopia, what more can they do for you?
Thank you. Yeah, already I mentioned that the Development Bank of Ethiopia can provide the concessional loan for the marketing renewable energy and energy efficient products credit line, and it provides the credit service for the whole microfinances to provide the credit service for the end users. It provides a loan with a concessional loan with some reduced interest rates. The loan it provided by Development Bank comes from the World Bank and also from the other EU and other development agencies, and it's distributed for the microfinance. And also the Development Bank can provide the credit service for the solar importers with low interest rate, and then with as that they can import the solar products and can distribute through the organized SMEs and also create a job opportunity for the SMEs. Those the importers can have create an agency for the enterprise as an agent for the importers, and then create a job for Jews. So on overall, we're also working with other microfinances, and already we've grown from microfinance to bank, and we have a relationship with other microfinances we can provide some loan for them as needed for the increasing their portfolio to provide the credit for solar system or other products.
Thank you. I think since looking at the time right now, I would open the floor for open for questions from the floor. So if there are any specific questions, I'd be happy to I won't answer, but I'll have the panelists answer that. Can we have the lights on, please, in the room so that I can also see the people that I'm talking to? All the lights? Thank you. Do we have questions, please? Yeah, there's a question there. Can somebody pass him the mic? If there is a particular person that you want to answer the question, please ask the particular person.
This is a cross-cutting. Whoever is interested to respond, then I will appreciate. My question here is that if I come to a financial institution and asking for a loan with my business plan, and my business case is agriculture or livestock, but solar is included, will you give me a loan? But if I come and with my business plan selling generator, will you give me the loan?
I didn't understand that portion of it. The first one was if you were to go with a business plan for an agri or a livestock project with solar in it, would you give a loan?
Yes.
The other is if you were to go with a business plan for agri and livestock plus a diesel generator?
No. I'm just only I'm a supplier of generator for electricity. Will the bank give me a loan? Or if I come with the project proposal that I'm supplier of the solar equipment, am I going to qualify because my business plan is bankable, or would I not be given the loan?
Would one of the bankers want to respond?
Okay. Thank you. For me, I'll be interested in the business with the agriculture component and the renewable part of it, mainly because as a development bank, there are some projects that we cannot finance. But when it comes to the project implication, then we can consider. The reason why I'm saying that I would choose the first project to the second one is because I'm seeing an impact when it comes to the first project, meaning the use of the use of a renewable energy solution, which is among my mandate, which is among one of the things that I need to finance. I don't know if I've answered.
Would one of you want to answer, or if are there any bankers here who in the audience who would want to answer that question? Because from my understanding of it, I think as a banker who's only financing systems, I don't think I would care whether you come with a, agri plus livelihoods and solar, or agri plus livelihoods and generator, or generator itself. As long as it's a business idea that can be financed, as a banker, I would be more than happy to finance. As a development banker, as Alida said, she's got her priority, she would do it. As a microfinance institution, I think anything that is more socially oriented would be something that they would want to finance. And I think the same also goes for Cinque Bank, because they grew from being a microfinance institution to a typical bank. But having said that, I think the larger topic that we are discussing today is energy for productive uses of energy, finance for productive uses of energy. And within that topic, for whatever scheme where we were to, devise, whatever scheme SELCO Foundation were to be supporting in this particular activity, I think it would be very clear that if there is a generator or a fossil fuel component to it, then we wouldn't touch it. So, that would be my response. I'm not sure if I've answered your question. And secondly, I'm not a banker. So I wish I was, but I'm not. Any other questions? Yes, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, moderator and the panelists. Desmond Tutu Pio is my name, from the Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company. I just wanted to supplement, not really a question. And Mr. Moderator, you really emphasized the issue of de-risking as one of the innovative financing models. And I thought I would supplement something that, we have implemented over time and also worked in Uganda, is how governments and actual development partners can get to interest financial institutions to on-lend to the solar SMEs. That is through partial risk guarantees. Just like you've heard from the panelists, the financial institutions are risk-averse. And one of the issues they look at keenly is the technological failure risk of these different technologies. That is why the issue of standards are always overemphasized. They need to finance technologies that conform to international and national standards of any government that we're talking about here. So one of the things we have done as UECCC in Uganda to interest the financial institutions to on-lend for solar companies is to have partial risk guarantees, which was a mechanism to share risk that the financial institutions actually get to perceive as the on-lend to solar companies. This is an arrangement. The threshold is an arrangement between the government agency, which is Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company, and the financial institution. Of course, it's not known to the solar company, perceiving that they may default. So I thought I should emphasize on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. In fact, I think I was in Uganda very recently, and we were in discussions with UECCC. And I think one of the things that did come out was that after having successfully run a program for solar home lighting systems, you're actually looking at productive uses, and there's a very large tranche of World Bank money that you are planning for that. So, I think that would be a great way to push renewable energy and, productive uses of energy in Uganda significantly. And I hope you can partner with the financial institutions there, also with the Uganda Development Bank, who also is, one of your partner organizations in the country, and you can really push it with a large amount of money that you're now getting under the UECCC program.
Surely, sir. We have the project is Energy Access Scale Up Project. We have had the last 15 years, the World Bank support the government of Uganda through Energy for Rural Transformation Project. And in the five-year phases for 3 different terms, we are now scaling up. It's basically looking at supporting on-grid to the intensification of the grid, and the biggest portion looking at off-grid also, where UPPC will be partnering with financial institutions to look at result-based financing. Okay, most of the financing models we discussed about, but also so much, into productive uses of energy that we shall be looking at. In December, we're looking forward to, signing that agreement and getting it rolled the next financial year. So we're in touch with Rwanda because they've done the same already. Thank you.
There's a question there.
Thank you. My name is Hailo from CRDB, Tanzania. Actually, I'm working for a commercial bank, and at least we have now a heavy sustainability option. So the question is going to Alida for RDB, but with anyone you can also ask. How can you recommend, how can you work with commercial bank as a youth development bank to make sure we unlock this finance for the solar PV? Maybe if the right example, or how we can comment to your commitment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I've mentioned it, how we can collaborate with commercial bank. So, and we've been doing it, by the way, on the Renewable Energy Fund project that we are currently implementing. So the way we do it, the way we operate with commercial banks is through on lending, where we avail affordable funding to commercial banks so that they can as well lend to the SMEs and corporate companies. So there is that one, and secondly, we also assist them when it comes to designing a product to that specific project. As I mentioned earlier, one of the challenges that we faced was the participation of commercial banks when it comes to the renewable energy space in Rwanda. So one of the way that we did to overcome the challenge was to pilot some few projects by answering different questions that might be raised by commercial banks, and then have a sort of ready product that we handed over to the commercial banks. So through that, there were some of them were interested, and some of them are still not interested. Reason why I mentioned that we still need a lot of awareness, engagement, so that we can improve. But through the combination of what I mentioned, we are seeing some of the commercial bank willing to learn, since it's even where the world is going, it's renewable energy market. If you don't adapt right now or learn right now, then you'll be out of the market. So we are really seeing an interest when it comes to the commercial bank, and we are really willing to assist through different partnership or any other technology or any other partnership that we might have in place.
And if I can just add again, going back to the Uganda experience, the UECCC is financing through financial institutions. Banks like Equity Bank and a couple of other banks have taken funds from the Uganda Electrification Credit Capitalization Corporation to be able to on-lend to the end user. So that model is possible, and I think even in her solar home lighting system program, the financial institutions are also partners in it. So a CRDB could very easily, if there was a similar program you're from Tanzania, aren't you? If there was a similar program in Tanzania, I think it would be easy for CRDB to become one of those outreach arms for the larger program funds.
Maybe one more thing that I can add is that as a development bank, we always, since we deal with different development partners, we always have these opportunities of trainings and sessions when it comes to the renewable energy market. So for us, we consider it as an opportunity, because in the event we receive those kind of training or session, we do not go as BRD, the Development Bank of Rwanda. However, we also invite commercial banks so that they can also participate and get to know more about the sector. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just want to raise two questions, so you can address it as it fits. One thing is, as a de-risking tool, we always talk about guarantee fund, and there is also some, experience related to guarantee fund, saying that knowing there is a kind of a guarantee fund allocated for a certain loan, then the paying back the loan is usually affected because that's already assured. So I just want to know your experience in that aspect, whether you have experienced such incidents. The other thing is, unlike other PUEs, for example, like when we are talking about pumps and their upfront cost is high, so that's one of the issue of the importance of access to finance. Is there a possibility to consider the asset as a collateral, just like any asset, like house, car, and like that? Is it like, will you consider that product as a collateral so that you can provide loan, maybe from technical perspective, because the bank doesn't have a technical, what am I going to use with the pump, if I take it like that. But in that case, maybe partnering with the supplier, so that's like creating together with the supplier as a, fitting. So in that respect, the supplier can also sell more units by considering asset as a collateral. Is there a way to adopt that bit?
So on the first question on the guarantee fund, where end user will tend to default in the event maybe the guarantee fund is availed, maybe I'll share an experience from the guarantee fund that I mentioned earlier. So in order to avoid those kind of scenarios, the guarantee fund does not cover the loan amount 100%. So it provides a certain percentage of a certain collateral coverage of the loan amount, and then the remaining amount will be covered by the end user or the SME that is taking up the loan. So this is to avoid those kind of issue where the end user or SME will lack ownership when it comes to repaying the loan. So and through that we've been we haven't seen any default so far. The default only comes when maybe the system is not working or if it has an issue. And that is why we also emphasize on having regular after-sale service to avoid those kind of scenarios. So on the second question, yes, the asset can be also considered as collateral, as additional collateral, or any other, it can be the pump itself or any other collateral, as long as, what we are trying to do here is to ensure that you are fully covered, so that in the event you are going to request for financing from a commercial bank or a MFI, you have all it takes for them to finance you. So you can avail the equipment itself as a collateral or any other asset that you might have in place. And on the issue, I think I answered it on the first question. Since the after sale will also cover the system, then it will be easier to collaborate with the supplier of the equipment when it comes to taking back the assets.
If I can just add to her response, very recently I was in touch with an organization called ABI Finance in Uganda. And one of the things that they do is they provide a guarantee fund for agricultural equipment, not necessarily productive uses of energy-based agricultural equipment, but agricultural equipment, including solar irrigation systems. And one of the things that they did mention was that, as she said, they don't guarantee 100% of the amount. It has to be, they guarantee only 50% of the amount. So if the financial institution goes lax on collecting the money back, then the financial institution also takes a hit. And there's a certain amount that is guaranteed, and what they were saying is that they don't guarantee it with funds. It's a paper guarantee wherein there's a agreement between a bank that holds the funds the ABI Finance and the financial institution that is dispersing the funds, the other two being two different entities, wherein there is a written down guarantee and a tripartite agreement that in case there is a default and ABI Finance is convinced that the money that is defaulted has been defaulted because of the fault of a customer, which is normally linked to some other problems that were there, crop failures or product failures or something of that sort, then they would honor that guarantee. So effectively they are making it difficult for the financial institution to go easy on the loan, and the guarantee amount also reduces. So if once the customer pays back 25, so let us say for mathematics, sake of mathematics, customer pays back 50% of the amount, the guarantee amount also comes down by 50% and it's only 25% of the amount that is guaranteed thereafter. And going to the collateral portion, I think SKRDP really did mention about that, wherein they said, look, they use the asset as a guarantee, they use group liability as a guarantee, and they also use insurance as a guarantee. So effectively, saying that you can go beyond traditional collateral and really start looking at non-traditional collateral, and which I understand is a big issue in Africa, because very often traditional collateral like land does not belong to the farmer, it is a community ownership, and it's very difficult for them to enforce that guarantee if it needs to be guaranteed, even though they take a collateral for the sake of taking it from the headman's guarantee or something of that sort. Very often it's very difficult to enforce, and they're very keen on looking at non-traditional collaterals. That might be an answer to your question as well. Did you have a question? You did? Yeah. Can somebody give him the mic? Yeah.
Hi there, Alan Mugalu from Uganda. The challenges I've faced as an entrepreneur in Uganda is that when you go out for these green financing options, the banks are genuinely disinterested, even after they have the backing of either the EU or the World Bank. I wonder what is being done out there, either in Rwanda or anywhere else, Ethiopia, let's say, to increase their interest in providing this green financing. Because what you find is that you go for green financing, but they're trying to sell you their commercial loans, which obviously are a lot more profitable. And it just seems like they're making the green financing a lot harder to access than the commercial loans. A situation where they can process a commercial loan in a few days, but the green financing can take probably 3 or 4 months. So I wonder what's being done out there to encourage an improvement. Yeah.
Okay, I'll answer, and then maybe my colleagues will supplement. So for me, as I mentioned, there is still that knowledge gap when it comes to green financing or PUE solution financing. So reason why it even takes longer for the transaction to get an approval, because I work in a business development department, so it's some of the challenges that we go through. So definitely you'll give me your project, I'll understand it because it's something that I've been doing. However, the process for the project to be approved, it will go through different people, right? And for those people, they do not have an understanding in the renewable energy market, the same understanding or knowledge of the renewable energy market that I have. So then I'll have to take time and then teach them to how it operates and how it works. For some of the few, they'll understand, they'll do research, then they'll understand how it works. And for some others, it will require you to, after all the explanation teaching, it will even require you to do a physical visit for them to understand, not only hear from you, but also hear from the customer for them to feel comfortable. So as I mentioned, we still need to have engagement, a massive awareness when it comes to the whole ecosystem to ensure that we all understand, we all have the same understanding when it comes to green energy or PUE solution financing. Thank you.
Would one of you want to answer? Okay. Prashant, did you want to say something?
No, I think I just had one question, and I'm seeing a lot of people now coming in. We can maybe close after that. Is when we were talking about green financing and we were talking about the role which different kind of financial institutions can play, I know you mentioned that we also have to work on capacity building of different stakeholders. Maybe the awareness of PUE. What even is PUE? Even in India, we are kind of right now at the early stage, if I may not say very nascent stage. So similarly, compared to Africa, PUE for end users. What I mean is there a role which financial institutions can play? I know there is a role which SKDIDP play, the whole root SETI, RSETI model. Is there a role which in Africa the financial institutions should or can play in even creating awareness and investing on future businesses? So that was my question. I don't know if it's clear, but.
The question is clear, but I'm not sure whether we know the answers.
Okay. So I think the role that financials can play is definitely also have an understanding when it comes to the PUE solution, but also be open-minded. Don't be stick on the old traditional way of funding. See it as a new market or new area that we are trying to venture in, and don't limit yourself. And then maybe I would say basically be mind open. And be willing to take on some transaction, even though maybe you might not end up financing them, but it will give you an experience, and based on that experience, then you can maybe design future products.
Yeah, and if I were to add my 2 bit, I'm not even sure whether I'm correct, but if I were to add my 2 bit to it, because I love to add these 2 bits. But the fact is that I think yesterday somebody did mention that very often the need for awareness building starts right from the top. You need to top this, make the senior management aware, and then, it trickles down to the bottom, both in terms of awareness as well as in terms of targets. And I think in Africa, other than for people like Alida who are actually into financing those products, the awareness levels are very, very limited. And I think part of the activity would be to first sort of, get the financial institutions aware of their, and when I'm talking of financial institutions, I'm talking of the apex level finance institutions like the BRD or the Uganda Development Bank or the Ethiopia Development Bank or wherever we have the development banks, get them aware so that then it trickles down. And while it trickles down into the thing, we can also talk of things like the root SETI and RSETI that we have here, so that, ultimately that becomes a channel for business for the financial sector itself. So I think I've run out of time, and I think the pressure is also coming in because I see people coming in from outside, people who are not part of it, so I'm not going to let them ask any more questions. So having said that, I think I'll close this chapter, and a very, very big thanks to my panelists. You've been absolutely fantastic. I couldn't have asked for a better set of panelists because as I said right in the beginning, you represent every single possible sector in the financial world, and the views that we got were across the sector, so it was a really great set of panelists. Thank you all for your questions and for your patience while we went through, and I think we've overshot time by 20 minutes, but I think that's okay. So thank you so much for a very, very great session. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all our speakers and to Thomas sir also for bringing together all these different perspectives. Please accept a token from our end. So we now are moving towards the end of the day, but it's still not the end, and I really hope you all had a very insightful day with a lot of learnings across all the panels. We'll be having a quick closing session by Harish sir shortly, so just allow for another 5 minutes till everybody settles down. Thank you. Okay. Sure.
After the video, there is a picture.
Oh, after. Distribute the link.
Yeah, I'll explain the pictures and hello. Testing 1, 2, 3. I am Dr. Yarai. I am from Ethiopia. We did a recent solar panel installation that was inaugurated just last week here. We produced a simple video of the possible impact of what solar panel holds, and then we'll have just a small picture that explains a strong proverb of why we are all here. So we will take another 5 minutes of your valuable time. Last time the quality was low. This time I think the quality is too big. I think if the quality is too big, we can...
We are trying a different player.
If it's too big, we can just show the picture. So how do you...
I don't know, I'm not... No, we should be able to play it.
Yeah, I think the quality is like 6K.
Oh, it's too high.
It's too high. The quality of the video is a bit high. I'm not sure if it's able to process it.
Try it in Windows Media Player.
If it doesn't...
Windows Media Player. And let's not...
Sorry, we are just taking time to get the right media player. It'll take a minute.
This is a small video of the impact. Solar energy is not only saving energy, but also lives here and there in Ethiopia. We have one picture, which is a very profound proverb in Ethiopia. On one side, you can see a woman carrying a lot of lemons. And we got it drawn. It's been in Ethiopia for 300-400 years, but we got it drawn very recently. So on one side, you can see a woman carrying a lot of lemons. I mean, the quote goes as such: 50 lemons, a burden for one, a jewel for the many. So I believe we're all here trying to ease the burden of our fellow human beings, and it is becoming a jewel for us. So we'd like to give Mr. Harish a small gift of the same picture, if you can accept.
So much for coming, each and every one of you. I think it's amazing the kind of expertise that we have in the room on the energy side, on the health side, on the livelihood side. And I really like the last metaphor on sharing the burden. And I think we all truly feel connected in the last 2 days. And for me, I think the success of such an event or such a gathering is what comes after it and what comes out of it. And I think that will truly be the testament, so not the event in itself. So I think we've all gathered here with a purpose, and I see that all the more aligned towards the end of it. And we really look forward to really connecting, working with each one of you and seeing what best we can do moving forward on the ground, and hopefully turning every single conversation and connection into action on the ground. And that will truly be a testament of whether or not we've succeeded in this event. Yeah.
Just to add to what Huda said, one thing is, of course, I also agree with the metaphor for sure, because one of the things that I was thinking of was during some conversations that were happening was that one person's burden was actually other person's opportunity. I need financing. There are financiers here who are looking for opportunities to finance. There are NGOs who see opportunity on the ground and are ready to raise awareness on the ground. There are investors, there are funders, there are technology providers. So sharing burden in this manner is also going to help us find solutions faster. The other great kind of takeaway is that this room is full of practitioners. And so we know what the risks are, but we also know how to find solutions, because that is what makes us practitioners. If we don't find solutions, what do we do tomorrow? So that's another beauty of all the stakeholders in this group, and I hope this is just the beginning, or we hope that this is just the beginning, and 1 year down the line, this room is full of more partners who all of you will bring in, and we're able to do far more on the ground as well. So thank you so much, all of you.
We definitely do this next year in one of the countries in Africa. So it's up for grabs which country wants to host it. And I think we partner with the country and we do it in any one country in Africa, yeah. So, I mean, I think we did do a small team meeting yesterday, but I think just for the entire, I mean, the whole team's worked incredibly hard to put this together. So a big round of applause for every single team member. We've had multiple departments collaborate with each other, and yesterday somebody made a comment that we generally don't collaborate and coordinate as much between departments, but this time it was really obvious the level of coordination and collaboration. So each one, I think congratulations to each and every one of them. Just to give you an instance or an example, we were actually managing at one point, I think 90 different cars and cabs. So this was all done 100 100% by team members. I think except for the airport pickups, which we had outsourced this year, everything else was done by the team members. Please do feel free to share any feedback with them so that we can get it right the next time. We did get some very good feedback and it always helps us do better.